Chapter 16, 27. In a luxurious room. The moment the Chief of Black Order appeared on the screen, the few conscious girls in the room instantly fainted. Pride, you should be in the lab right now, preparing for the refinement work. The old man on the screen said weakly, "If you want to enjoy it, I'll continue to satisfy your requests after the refinement." Master Pride sneered, looking at the old man who was about to die at any moment. How could he not know that this old man's life was already at its limit? What a pitiful fellow, having to endure the fear of death every moment. You seem to have forgotten your identity. Master Pride shook his head. Perhaps you want me to do what I did the last time. Quietly walk up to you and put a knife to your throat to make you remember something. Of course, it's fine if I don't use a knife this time. What do you want to use? I can satisfy you. The Chief of the Order suddenly shot out a strange blue light from his eyes. Master Pride said carelessly, "I know your spiritual power is stronger than the average person, but your body can't support it, can it? You want to live." "No, it's because I want to live." The Chief of Black Order suddenly said in a low voice, "That's why I want to change something." "For example?" Master Pride asked with a mocking expression. "A master-slave relationship." The Chief of Black Order's eyes shone with blue light. "I'm afraid of death, so I rarely use my power. But now that I'm about to die, how can I not use my power? Pride, kneel." Master Pride was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. This old man must have lost his mind before he died. However, his expression suddenly became extremely strange. His body was now kneeling on the ground. Master Pride was stunned for a moment, then shocked and angry. "What did you do to me?" "When I found you, I had already secretly planted a spiritual seed in you." The blue light in the eyes of the black religious congregation's chief gradually faded. "All this time, the satisfaction I've shown you was merely to numb you. Unbeknownst to you, this seed has long been planted in your mind. Now, with just a thought, I can make your mind explode and turn you into an idiot. You dare!" Master Pride gritted his teeth and said, "If you want to destroy my spirit, you'll have to pay with your life. In the past, I didn't dare, but now I dare. I'm about to die, why wouldn't I dare?" The chief laughed maniacally. "If you dare to be stubborn with a dying man, then come. Let's perish together." Master Pride was silent. "Do what you should do. Pride, don't test my remaining patience before I die." Communication was shut down. Only then did Master Pride raise his head, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Suddenly the corners of his mouth curved into a thin smile, and he said in a low voice, "Naive, it's just a little bit of spiritual power. If it's someone who hasn't explored the subworlds of arcana civilizations, they'll probably fall for your trick, right?" At this moment, a slight vibration came. It was time to log in. "I'll play with you natives then." A hint of mockery flashed in Master Pride's eyes. He then walked out of the luxurious room. At the same time in the control room, Captain Justin's seat suddenly sank. Then, through a long metal passage, he finally slid into a solemn room. There were 7 solemn-looking old men and middle-aged men in the room. Among them was the leader of the combat nuns, Katerina. Captain Justin looked around and said in a low voice, "The chief has given me full authority to command this operation. No one has it, right?" Everyone was silent. Captain Justin waved his hand. A screen rose from the conference table. It was a map of the town. A bright dot of light appeared on it. "The main target of this operation is Father Stella, then the capture of Lamias and the recovery of the holy relic of reversal," Captain Justin said quickly. Captain Justin quickly said, "The light spot on the map is the signal released by the inverse cross of fear armor carried by Sister Grant and the others on the last trip. Lamias would not know how to remove the signal release. She might be planning to lure us to the location of the signal. With just a few pieces of the inverse cross of fear, it's impossible for her to fight against the religious order a voice said. She still has the God-slaying armor. It's more troublesome. I've already mentioned before that we can't arbitrarily give the God-slaying armor to Lamia's just because it has the highest compatibility. So, Katerina, shouldn't you take some responsibility for this matter? Katerina was silent in front of her seat. There was no joy or anger on her face. Before daybreak, Captain Justin suddenly knocked on the table. We must complete all the missions this time. This is the chief's order. So, everyone, please don't put unnecessary disputes in this meeting. Humph. That person snorted. The last time we sent Sister Grant and the others, it should have been easy to capture them, but they actually let Lamia's escape. Even the Nautilus sank. It's really difficult to feel at ease and continue to assign the mission of capturing Lamia's to Katerina. Katerina remained silent. Captain Justin frowned. Karen Ching so? That person. Karen said calmly, I will be in charge of capturing Lamia's. Hearing this, Captain Justin looked at Katerina with an inquiring expression. I have no objections. Katerina finally spoke at this time. You're the commander of this operation. You decide. All right then. Captain Justin nodded. Then the matter of capturing Lamia's will be handed over to Karen. Next is Father Stella. Judging from the situation of Stella destroying the Nautilus, I'm afraid that at least 3 combat regiments will be needed to capture him. So this time the combat nuns, the Monster Corps, and the Hitman Corps will move out together. The warship will provide the necessary firepower support. Not enough. Unexpectedly, Katerina suddenly said at this time, if we want to deal with Stella, 3 combat regiments are not enough. I applied to use the remaining 2 highest-grade crystal armors of the Order, Calamity and Dawn. Okay. Captain Justin said calmly, I originally planned to use Calamity and Dawn. The chief's intention is to go all out and not leave any room for maneuver. Even if we have to flatten this town, we won't hesitate. They were all shocked. Even Katerina couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. If they didn't hesitate to flatten this town, wouldn't it be equivalent to giving the British Knight Organization a reason to directly start a war? The Knight Organization didn't care about the matters between the Black Order and the Holy Church, but this was equivalent to pushing the Knight Organization to the side of the Holy Church. Everyone. At this time the captain said in a deep voice, Stella can become the best source of holy power. With the source of holy power, our 100-year plan will be completed. At that time, we will be fearless of all forces and power. The leaders of the Monster Corps and the Hitman Corps discussed the details of the operation with me. Katerina sighed. She already understood the chief's determination this time, and vaguely felt that the chief was afraid that he really couldn't wait. At this time, it showed that the chief was staking everything on this one throw. Then I'll take my leave first. At this time, Karen also stood up and left his seat. Looking at the serious faces of Katerina and the others, he smiled and said, Sorry, I didn't expect that I would choose a relatively easy mission. Then, I'll have to trouble you. I'll prepare champagne and wait for you to complete the mission and come back to celebrate. Katerina looked at Karen coldly. It was just a glance, and then she ignored him. Karen, who was about to walk out of the conference room, suddenly stopped. By the way, capturing Lamia's is just to take back the holy relic of reversal and her God-Slayer armor, right? In that case, if she resists to the death, it doesn't matter if she dies. Anyway, it's fine as long as we take back the things, right? Justin? Katerina didn't seem to hear him and was not affected at all. Captain Justin glanced at Katerina and thought for a while before saying, Try to capture her alive. After all, she is a member of the religious order. Even if she is to be executed, she must be tried first. Of course, if the situation changes, you are allowed to make your own judgment. How can I bear to kill her? Karen smiled and said, After all, Master Pride specifically asked for Lamia's. Of course, I'll order her. After saying that, Karen strode out of the conference room. At the same time, the huge submarine also completed its landing on the seabed. Naturally, such a huge submarine couldn't really get close to the shore. However, a large number of speedboats were shot out from the submarine. Then, they drew waves and rushed to the shore. Late at night, Paladin Wasco suddenly had an ominous feeling. He opened his eyes and walked out of the room. For some reason, the night sky outside the church gave Wasco a particularly dark feeling. At the same time, a glimmer in the night sky caught his attention. This is the moment he identified what these glimmers represented with the fastest speed. Wasco couldn't help but show a shocked expression. At the same time, Wasco also saw Stella. At this time, Stella was wearing loose pajamas and standing in the courtyard. Tom was in the priest's arms and seemed to want to struggle out, but Father Stella held him tightly. Tom seemed to be particularly irritable tonight. "Stella, what happened?" Wasco walked to Father Stella at once. "These souls, are they the residents of the town?" "More than that." Father Stella shook his head. "I counted, and there are probably students from those academies as well. What's going on? Do you need to ask?" Father Stella turned back and looked at Wasco, who used to be the son of his coachman, with concern. Looking at this situation, there must be a devil lurking here who wants to cause trouble in the dark. Damn it. Wasco immediately gritted his teeth and looked at the densely packed souls gathering in one direction, and in the next moment rushed out of the church's door. There were many believers in this town. As a holy knight, it was his duty and responsibility to protect every believer of the Lord. He couldn't just watch these souls be taken away. However, the moment he stepped out of the church's door, a strong sense of dizziness hit Wasco, and he almost fell to the ground. His body had just recovered, and the exquisite and rich holy power was like a broken dam, wildly leaking out. Wasco was shocked, and quickly retreated into the church to stop the damage in time. What happened outside? Wasco's face was slightly pale. I just walked out, and I felt like my soul was being directly sucked away. That's because your faith is not strong enough. Father Stella walked in front of Wasco and said seriously, "Come, I have a full set of amulets here, 100 for a set. I guarantee that you'll be fine." As he spoke, the priest tore open his pajamas. Both sides of his pajamas were densely packed with all sorts of strange amulets and other similar items. There were all kinds of belief systems. Wasco's eyebrows couldn't help but twitch, and he almost couldn't control himself to jump up and beat this heretic to death. He ignored Stella and directly jumped onto the church's roof, and at the same time tried to contact the few Holy Knight candidates who were temporarily staying in the town's apartment. Although the call went through, no one picked up. Wasco looked over and found that in the town, large numbers of souls were surging out, shrouded in death. Only the church was not affected. The town's population was not large, but if the students of the academy were included, there were at least 100,000 people. Faced with the fate of the town, Wasco could not help but feel anxious. That place, at this time the souls seemed to be sucked into a whirlpool, spiraling in the night sky. Spiraling, they were finally sucked to the ground. It seemed to be a square in the center of the town. "Stella, your things are really useful?" Wasco lowered his head and shouted. "Nonsense," Father Stella coldly snorted. "They're all drawn by me, of course they're useful. Give me a set." Wasco gritted his teeth, and without even waiting for Father Stella to respond, he jumped down, reached out and grabbed a handful of things from Stella's pajamas, and walked out of the church door resolutely. "It's really useful?" Wasco stared dumbfoundedly at the things he casually grabbed. It was a self-portrait drawn by Stella with his own soul style. "Bastard Wasco. Don't think that you don't have to pay for taking my things just because you brought me and your sister together." The priest in the courtyard was now angry. "If I don't beat the shit out of you tonight, I'll be sorry for the countless lives that died on your sister's body." Wasco was also angry and turned to leave, He really didn't have time to be crazy with Stella here. The signal from the reverse cross of fear is here. But on a wild grassland in the suburbs, a few cold-faced men dug out a black box from the mud. It seems that Lamia's buried it here of her own accord. Karen, the commander this time, sneered. She really thinks she's smart. Sir, how could Lamia's be so stupid to stay here and wait for us to appear? She threatened us with the secrets of the religious order and the holy relic of reversal. Karen sneered and said she hoped that the religious order would imprison Master Pride and hand him over to her personally. Hearing this from Karen's mouth, the subordinates were all stunned. Is she crazy? Maybe she thought that after she got Stella, she would have the power to go against the religious order. Karen shook his head. Stupid woman. Let's go. It seems that if Lamia's is still in the town, she would definitely stay by Stella's side. At this moment, a subordinate came back. Sir, there's a manor up ahead. I saw Lamia's inside. Oh. Hashtag PS. 1280 seconds. Chapter 1628. Karen, who originally thought that this trip would be in vain, was slightly happy after hearing his subordinate's report. But he quickly thought of something that didn't make sense. You really saw Lamia's in the manor? His subordinate nodded with a serious expression. It is indeed her, and it shouldn't be an illusion, but what? Karen frowned subconsciously. His subordinate's hesitation at this moment seemed to be the same as what he felt in his heart. His subordinate thought for a moment and said, Lamia's was sitting on the balcony, reading a book. She looked quite relaxed and didn't look nervous at all. It felt like she was deliberately telling us that she was there. And why did she deliberately bury reverse cross of fear in this place? This place is not far from the manor, so I'm afraid it's a trap. Let's talk as we walk. Karen quickly made a decision in his heart. In fact, he could already vaguely see the faint light emitted by the manor at the end of the forest. Lamia's, it seems like she really betrayed us. Karen told his subordinate his thoughts. To be honest, from the last image transmitted by Nautilus, Father Stella, who could sink it with one blow, does indeed have shocking power. In front of this kind of power, Lamia's wavering is also something to be expected. Sir, what do you mean? Karen sneered. Don't forget what Lamia's initial purpose was. She hoped to increase her merit by capturing Stella, thus avoiding the fate of being sent to Master Pride. Obviously, she failed. Stella's power is beyond everyone's expectations. Lamia's can't just return like this, because her fate will be very tragic after she returns. At this time, if it was you, what would you do? His subordinate opened his mouth. Although he already knew what choice he would make, there were some words that could never be said directly. Looking at his subordinate's awkward expression, Karen smiled and said, She will join Stella and then join the Holy Church. She used the holy relic of reversal as a threat, wanting the religious order to hand over Grandmaster Pride. She felt that by standing on Stella's side, she had the capital to fight against the religious order. She even believed that as long as she stayed by Stella's side, she could do whatever she wanted. It's a pity that Lamia's didn't expect that this time the Cultivators Association would turn out in full force. Yes, the subordinate nodded in agreement. Maybe Lamia's threat is just a means to bluff, or maybe she is putting on an act for the Holy Church to show that she is determined to break with us. I think she really doesn't know what kind of revenge will come from this break. Lamia's, you think you are smart this time. Karen smiled and said, Come to think of it, there should be people from the Holy Church lying in ambush in that manner, right? Indeed, according to our usual practice, we would first eliminate the spies to inquire about it. But this time, it's completely out of everyone's expectations. Even I didn't know beforehand that the chief would give the order to turn out in full force. My lord, we can see the manor clearly now. Another subordinate quickly walked back at this time. A light flashed in Karen's eyes, and he said sarcastically, I don't know how many people from the Holy Church Lamia's has roped in. But according to the intelligence, this time the Holy Church did exclude one Paladin Wasco and several Paladin trainees. It's very likely that this Paladin and his students are living in this manner at this time. Listening to his superior's clear and logical analysis, the subordinate couldn't think of anything wrong at this time, but he still felt that something was wrong. However, if Paladin Wasco and his students were in the manor, it was indeed quite troublesome. After all, although Wasco was old, his combat strength didn't show any signs of weakening. In the Black Order, he could be said to be at the top of the hunting list. At this time, the only problem that the Black Order was afraid of was the Descended Angel. The Descended Angel definitely didn't exist in this town. Otherwise, with the strength of the Descended Angel, how could it let the Black Order's submarine get close? Perhaps before the Black Order's combat force could land, they would have already been attacked by the Descended Angel when they were still at sea. Therefore, Karen was very confident at this time. No matter how strong Wasco is, he is still only one person now. Karen said indifferently, and we are the 4 major regiments of the Black Order. Are we afraid of a paladin's combat strength? The subordinate shook his head. It wasn't that they hadn't fought with a paladin before. They already had a direct understanding of the paladin's combat strength. Although the Black Order's strongholds in Euroland were destroyed by the Descended Angel overnight, most of those strongholds were used to set up a diversion to confuse the Holy Church's spies. The real elites of the Black Order had always been entrenched in the powerful human country on the other side of the ocean. As long as they could complete the plan this time and complete the things that they had prepared for 100 years, the Black Order would have the combat strength to defeat the angels. By then, they would naturally have nothing to fear. At this time, a subordinate brought Karen a night vision goggles. Karen raised the night vision goggles and looked directly into the manor. This manor was actually small, so under the guidance of a subordinate, Karen quickly saw Lamia's reading under the moonlight on the balcony. "Humph, she is in a good mood." Karen sneered. "I don't know if she can still smile later. Give her a surprise, Carbon." Carbon. Karen's trusted subordinate nodded at this time. The regiments under Karen's command were called New Human Independent Combat Division. They were a group of machine-like warriors who used drugs and methods of modification to open up the limits of the human body, allowing humans to evolve as a species. New Human Independent Combat Division was also the only one among all the regiments in the Black Order that were fully equipped with armor. If the higher-ups of the Knight organization were here, they would probably think that this New Human Independent Combat Division was similar to the Fenia Warrior Regiment that the late British Prime Minister spent a lot of money and resources to create. It was just that compared to the Dragon Knight armor created by the late Prime Minister, the New Human Independent Combat Division S-armor seemed to be a lot more powerful. Carbon waved his hand at this time, and 20 warriors wearing the blazing meteor armor that was far more powerful than the Dragon Knight armor stepped out. It was based on one of the 3 crystallization of the Black Order, Disaster. The Homo Evolutus Independent Combat Division was controlled by a total of 99 powerful Homo Evolutus. As the leader of the Homo Evolutus Independent Combat Division, Karen was one of the first batch of experimental subjects ever since the Black Religious Order had mastered the human body modification technology. Karen's modification progress was much faster than the members of the Homo Evolutus Independent Combat Division. Karen himself also had an exclusive high-grade combat armor. In terms of performance, it was only below the 3 highest grade combat armors. Using such a powerful configuration to capture Lamias was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Since Wasco might be hiding in the manor, then let's give this holy knight a surprise. Karen's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery. The Black Order has been dormant for 100 years. It's time to let the Holy Church let the world see our strength. As the saying goes, no one knows what you've been through for 100 years. But once you become famous, you'll shock the world. This was the intention of the Black Order. Countless times, when they achieved breakthroughs in technology, they suppressed the ecstasy in their hearts. Time and time again, they surpassed the era, and time again, they kept a low profile, just so that one day they could return to the world with an invincible attitude. High energy, meet family particle cannon ready. Aim. Fire! In an instant, 20 Homo evolutus wearing the blazing meteor battle armor, each of them carrying a large autocannon. Under the command of Captain Cabin, they pulled the trigger of the autocannon. Terrifying energy instantly gathered in the barrels of the autocannons. Karen could even feel the blazing aura of this pure energy. A bloodthirsty look flashed in his eyes. It was as if he could already see the holy knight hiding in the manor, rushing out from the explosion, covered in blood. He also saw the despair of the new human independent combat master. Torturing and killing a veteran holy knight of the Holy Church was also a very interesting thing. Finally, 20 powerful beams of light instantly shot out. It's coming. Karen's pupils instantly widened, and his breathing became faster. The pleasure brought by the destruction instantly filled his brain, and his adrenaline surged. At this moment, a figure silently appeared at the Yuhua stone steps in front of the manor, and it quickly reached out its right palm. Eve! The moment Eve's right palm reached out, the center of its palm cracked open, revealing a round hole the size of a ping-pong ball. The 20 powerful beams of light strangely curved at this moment. The beams of light that were supposed to shoot out in parallel were now distorted, and because of the distortion, they started to converge. It was as if there was something attracting them. The 20 beams of light were completely swallowed by something in the end. They were directly swallowed by the round hole in Eve's palm. After swallowing the 20 beams of light, Eve's body seemed to be covered by a layer of light. Even its hair was slightly scattered, and countless stars were hanging in the air. The destruction that was supposed to happen didn't happen, and the huge explosion and shockwave that was supposed to happen didn't happen either. In the new human independent combat division formation, Karen, who was being protected by several warriors, opened his eyes wide. What did he see? Did someone just block the barrage of 20 high-energy particle cannons of the Mi family with their bare hands? A strange silence appeared in the new human independent combat division formation. Each of them had the ability to see things from afar, which meant that each of them clearly saw what happened just now. This woman isn't a human. At least her arm looks like some kind of machine. Karen shivered. The uneasy feeling that he had when he was discussing with Karen instantly turned into a bad feeling, and he felt a chill down his spine. The Holy Church also has the technology to modify weapons. Doubts flashed through Karen's mind, and then he said, "It's not Wasco. Where did this woman come from?" However, Karen wasn't very afraid. The new human independent combat division had 99 warriors, and this time they were all heavily armored. At this moment, Eve suddenly jumped up in front of the manor. Like a cannonball, it rushed into the night sky at a terrifying speed and then fell down. Boom! The moment Eve landed, the ground instantly cracked, and the cracks spread out, covering the entire formation of the new human independent combat division. The cracking of the ground didn't make the new human independent combat division panic. This kind of sudden change in the terrain could be avoided with a simple jump. Only the speed and the power of the woman's fall were shocking. After landing on the ground, Eve crossed her hands in front of her chest and then waved them to the sides. Then, something seemed to extend from Eve's palms and finally converge to form two sharp blades. The creator's private property is under attack. Executing automatic defense program. Eve's pupils flashed with purple light, and like a camera lens, her pupils contracted and expanded. Annihilate. What does she want to do? One of the new human independent combat division. Warriors turned on the communication device and said, subconsciously. His voice wasn't loud, but it was connected to the network, so the whole group could hear it at the same time. They heard his final scream. In the air, the warrior who just sent out the communication device was cut open after his scream. He didn't even have a chance to resist. Attack! 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 Karen, who had recovered from his momentary panic, shuddered violently as he shouted with a hoarse voice. Boom! Just as Karen gave the order to attack, a heat wave surged from his side. Shockingly, after a warrior was slain, his blazing meteor battle armor had been blasted apart. Orange flames appeared in the air, and along with the thunderous explosion and hot air, sparks flew everywhere. Boom! 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 It was like a person who was lost in absolute darkness and encountered an assassin in the darkness. Karen shivered as he listened to the continuous explosions. His scalp was numb, his heart was beating violently, his hands and feet were cold, and he had difficulty breathing. In the night sky, there was a beautiful figure, as if dancing with the fireworks. I'll die. The unprecedented fear made Karen forget all the advantages of the new human independent combat division. He stumbled back and almost fell down. Then he put on his armor that was said to be only below the 3 crystallization of the Shura society. Karen turned around and stood up like a dog. Then the propulsion device on the back of the armor ignited, and 2 dark blue flame tails pierced through the sky. Less than half of the new human independent combat division. Warriors were left, and less than a minute had passed. Like fireworks, it was extremely short. Hashtag, 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 hashtag PS. The next chapter will be delayed. Chapter 16:29. The blue battle armor had a streamlined outer shell, and its speed was close to 1 times the speed of sound. The roaring sound was extremely loud, making the quiet night unpeaceful. Sharon had no intention of turning back. The sense of crisis made his heart feel like it was being squeezed tightly and could be crushed at any moment. Even with the protection of the battle armor, his body was still cold. How should he report to Justin? Report to the chief that this operation has failed. Tell them that this operation has failed, and that the battle armor division that we have spent decades to develop has just given the enemy a grand fireworks show. Then proudly say, "Yes, only I escaped, haha." Could it be that the woman is also an angel from the Holy Church? But Sharon quickly rejected this idea. The Black Order had a special method to detect holy power, and the woman who annihilated the battle group obviously didn't have holy power. Sharon, this is the control room. I am Justin. Please report your current situation. Why is the signal of the Homo Evolutus Independent Combat Division almost gone? At this moment, the voice of Captain Justin from the submarine control room sounded in his ears. Aye. Sharon opened his mouth, but the words that were about to come out from his throat were suddenly blocked by something. He looked at the internal display in the battle armor in a daze, but there was nothing behind him. Sharon, please report your current situation. I repeat, please report your mother's situation immediately. The Homo Evolutus Independent Combat Division was wiped out. Sharon gritted his teeth and said bitterly, "We found Lamia's, but at the same time we encountered a terrifying woman. She was the one who wiped out the Homo Evolutus Independent Combat Division." Perhaps when he activated the battle armor's thrusters, half of the soldiers of the Homo Evolutus Independent Combat Division were still alive, but at this time Sharon couldn't contact any of the soldiers in the battle group, including his most trusted subordinate, the leader of the battle group, Captain. In just a few minutes, the Homo Evolutus Independent Combat Division was wiped out. This made Sharon almost unable to accept this fact. If it wasn't for the fact that the battle armor could only be controlled automatically, he would have fainted and fallen to the ground. "What did you say?" Captain Justin's shocked voice came from the communicator. "Image, this is the image from just now. I'll send it back now." Karen's voice was hoarse as he took a deep breath. "I won't come back alone. From now on, I will activate the real-time battle feed." Turning around, facing that terrifying place again, facing the direction of that terrifying woman, Karen's eyes were filled with determination. Now that he had fled back, his fate could be imagined. He wouldn't go back with the name of a deserter and a coward. He could only face that terrifying woman again, even if it meant dying in battle. The thrusters were activated once again, and a huge burst of energy was about to erupt. But at this moment, Karen suddenly lost consciousness. Without his command, the armor strangely stopped in the night sky, motionless. The AI program inside the armor was now checking the situation of the controller. The conclusion was that the life signs of the user of the armor, Karen, had disappeared. And this set of data was immediately transmitted back to the control room of the huge submarine in the distant ocean. That was when a large number of residents in the town began to die. At the same time, the other 3 battle regiments that were preparing to capture Father Stella also completed the landing under the command of Katerina. They would bypass the center of the town and reach the back of Father Stella's church from the edge. I wonder if Karen has completed the mission. Among the battle nuns, a woman who temporarily replaced Sister Grant and was in charge of leading the battle nuns couldn't help but whisper to Katerina at this time, "Send 2 people to follow me." Katerina suddenly said, when Grant last communicated with me, "She seemed to be in a nearby sea cave. Even if she's dead, I hope to find her body." "Right away." The temporary leader nodded, then hesitated and said, "But what about the command of the operation?" "There's nothing to command." Katerina shook her head and said, 3 battle regiments with all their combat power. There are only 2 results. Either they capture Stella or they can't. It doesn't matter whether I'm here or not. I'll leave the command of the battle sisters to you for the time being. Soon, Katerina left with 2 battle sisters. The other 2 high-ranking members of the order, who were of the same rank as Katerina, just pretended that they didn't see Katerina leaving. They agreed with Katerina's words. 3 battle regiments were dispatched to capture Stella alive. If even that failed, Katerina's presence or absence would not change the situation they would face if they failed. "Let's go." With the order, the large group was ready to go and moved quickly. But at this moment, the warriors who were walking in front suddenly stopped, because a black cat was blocking in front of them at this moment. How could a cat stop so many powerful warriors? However, this cat was able to stand up and speak the human language. "We meet again, everyone. We meet again." Everyone was puzzled. Everyone immediately searched their memories, but they couldn't find any impression of this black cat that could talk. Of course, they wouldn't be afraid of a cat that could talk. As a member of the inhuman world, what strange things had they not seen before? But soon, the warriors in the front row of the 3 battle regiments fell down, one after another. Like dominoes, the scale and speed of the fall was so fast that they didn't even have time to react in fear. Do you know, death is just like this? In less than a breath's time, no matter how bright the light was in your previous life, the moment it extinguishes, it will usher in the same kind of darkness. The black cat's voice lingered in the ears of those who were at the back of the group. It was the whisper of death. "I hope this is the last time." There was also the sound of sighs. The black cat turned around and left. Just as it crossed the beach road, they fell down in large numbers. There was no pain, no howling as if they were just sleeping. Then they became cold corpses that gradually cooled down. In the guest room near the forest, on the balcony, when the firelight kept shining on Lamia's face, she couldn't hear any sound. The manor was still so quiet. She could even hear the sound of insects on the grass downstairs. The slaughter in the distance was like a silent film. "Is this Eve?" Lamia's held the binoculars in one hand and clenched the railing on the balcony with the other hand. She leaned out and said, "It's actually an entire new human independent combat division. The one-sided slaughter stopped. Nobody knew when it stopped." Lamia's froze on the balcony. Her hand that was holding the binoculars suddenly dropped down. At this time, Eve slowly walked back. The dual blades in its hands were gone, except for a trace of dust on its clothes. There was nothing strange about it. Looking at Eve, who was just downstairs, Lamia's was startled. She subconsciously stepped back and bumped into the table on the balcony, knocking over the glass on the table. The sound of the glass breaking rang out clearly. Lamia's suddenly became a little flustered. It was as if she had done something wrong by breaking the peace of the manor by knocking over the glass. She squatted down and quickly reached out to pick up the glass shards. But at this time, Eve's voice suddenly rang out. Lamia's suddenly looked up. Eve was in front of her on the balcony, expressionless. Its cold voice rang in Lamia's ears. "Miss Lamia's, I'll clean up these things. So, if there's nothing else, maybe you can go to bed early. It's late, so I hope you won't make any noise. It will affect the master's daily routine. Good night." How loud could the sound of a glass falling to the ground be? Could it be compared to the explosion of the blazing meteor? But that was a silent battle. At least, the manor had maintained an abnormal silence from the beginning to the end. The loudest sound was probably the sound of the glass breaking just now. "I will." Lamia's took a deep breath. Immediately. She immediately turned around and walked quickly to the bed. Then, she pulled up the blanket and covered her head. During the whole process, she didn't even dare to look back at Eve. She was frantically calculating the equation in her mind. Eve easily slaughtered the new human independent combat division, and the whole process definitely didn't take more than 3 minutes. Even when the god-slaying armor was still around, Lamia's knew that she could only rely on the terrain to fight the new human independent combat division, one by one. She didn't want to be like Eve, who slaughtered the new human independent combat division. The manor owner, Luaccio, was Eve's master. According to what Eve said before, she was completely willing to submit herself to the manor owner, Luaccio. The manor owner easily suppressed the paladin Wasco. He promised that as long as she was in the vicinity of this town, she wouldn't die. So, how powerful could this manor owner, Luaccio, be? There was nothing that could be used as a reference. There was nothing at all. Lamia's couldn't figure out the equation in her mind. Wait. Lamia's suddenly quivered. How could such a terrifying guy protect me just because he asked me to do something? The manor owner, Luaccio, didn't even have the slightest interest in the reverse holy relic that she had. Back then, he promised to hold back the paladin Wasco, only because she had used the composition alchemy. So, what else could she do to make him feel that it was reasonable for him to protect her? Lamia suddenly sat up, stewed. However, Eve was no longer on the balcony, and the glass fragments on the floor had been cleaned up. There was even a new glass placed on the table on the balcony. Lamia's subconsciously swallowed her saliva, only feeling that she was in an unprecedented, mysterious place. The huge mystery that seemed to be impossible to uncover was the source of her fear. Forget it. Do I still have room to resist? Lamia's let out a long sigh and looked at the night sky outside the balcony with mixed feelings. But at that moment, she saw a figure standing on the balcony. "Luaccio, it's you." Lamia's was shocked. She hurriedly lifted the blanket and quickly walked out of bed. "Didn't you say that you were resting?" The one-sided massacre just now didn't make any noise in the manor. She asked herself if she had fallen asleep before the massacre. She probably wouldn't have been affected at all. I was reading for a while. Actually, I was about to fall asleep. Boss Luo smiled casually. Then he suddenly said, "Those people just now were here to take you back, right?" "Yes." Lamia's didn't have the slightest intention of hiding anything. At that moment, she was as obedient as a tamed cat. "Thank you. You purposely led them here, right?" Boss Luo said again. Lamia's opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. Her heart was beating even faster. All the strength in her body seemed to have been drained. Even her teeth were slightly chattering. "It's okay." Boss Luo smiled and said, "Since I promised to protect you during this time, then no matter what happens during this time, It will be within the scope of protection. You don't blame me? Lamias was shocked. She looked up in confusion and subconsciously asked, why? She even forgot about her fear. There was only one question in her heart. I said, I will ask you to do one thing. What can I do for you? Lamias said self-deprecatingly, or rather, with your strength, what would you need a mortal like me to do? You can't be greedy for my body, right? I can't be compared to the woman beside you. Because you are mortal. Boss Luo said seriously, as a mortal, you are weak enough. Therefore, with my current ability, I can do something. I plan to send you to a place, and then do one thing. You. Lamias couldn't help but frown. I don't understand. Your maid can annihilate a powerful battle force of the religious order in a few minutes. In this world, is there anything you can't do? Why do you need a mortal like me? Luaccio didn't say anything. He just silently looked at Lamias. Lamias opened her mouth and finally sighed. She nodded and said, Okay, I actually don't have a choice. Tell me, where do you want to send me, and what do you want me to do for you? I will send you back to the past. What? Please help me find someone. At the same time, a huge light pillar shot directly to the sky from the center of the town. The light pillar was so bright that Lamias couldn't open her eyes. After a while, Lamias felt that she could open her eyes. The moment she slowly opened her eyes, she was so shocked by the scene in front of her that her mind almost went blank. The sky seemed to have been dyed blood red by something. On the ground, blood flowed like a river. Brave warriors were fighting on the battlefield tirelessly. There were human warriors, stone giants, huge beasts, and even giant snakes that spat out lava. Lightning flashed in the sky, and huge waves rose from the sea in the distance. It was as if magma had emerged from hell and was flowing on the earth. What is this place? Lamias was so frightened by the scene in front of her that she sat down on the ground. Suddenly, a voice like the might of the heavens sounded from the sky. Hades, do you really want to start this war and destroy the entire kingdom of God? Hades. Hashtag, 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 hashtag PS. 1380 seconds. Chapter 1630. When a huge burning fireball as tall as a person suddenly fell from the sky and made the ground explode, Lamias's consideration was no longer about whether everything in front of her was real or not. She didn't even think about what Boss Luo wanted her to do. What she should think about was how to save her own life. Because this terrible fireball was just an appetizer on the table. The real feast was still to come. Hundreds and thousands of enormous fireballs rained down like a meteor shower, wildly smashing down on the ground. Countless warriors and monsters who were fighting on the ground were killed or injured by this terrifying barrage of fireballs. God's war, the oncoming heat wave, the sound of battle that seemed to be able to make the soul tremble, and the roar of the gods who controlled the great power of heaven and earth. Lamias's face was pale. She turned around and ran. This was probably the fastest sprint she had ever done in her life. She felt that all of the potential in her body had been suppressed to the point that there wasn't a single bit left. Her normal human body had forcibly run within 900 meters of the uneven wasteland. The ultra-high-intensity load made Lamias's heart like an engine that was about to explode. Her consciousness was almost blank, and she felt an unprecedented fear of the danger at this time. There was no free lunch in the world. The manor owner could protect her without caring about the cost. He even knew that she would attract the Black Order, but he didn't care. He just asked her to do one thing. But this matter was obviously going to kill her at any time, in such a terrible battlefield. Not to mention completing the task that Boss Luo asked her to do. Saving her own life was already a difficult task that was beyond the difficulty of hell. In the end, she still couldn't outrun those huge fireballs falling from the sky. When a big fireball fell behind her and then exploded, the huge airwave directly blew her body into the air and then threw her into a distant trench. At the moment, Lamias's consciousness was directly closed because of the shock of the impact. She fell to the ground and crawled. She directly fainted. She had lost consciousness, and her body was pressed against the corpse of a cyclops in the trench. But this terrifying war did not end because of her unconsciousness. This place was still the same as before. The boiling water was obviously not affected by a single drop of seawater. The sky was still burning. This war will continue until the end of time. Victory will belong to us gods. Hades, your scheme will eventually be crushed. That grand and imposing voice once again resounded in the sky, accompanied by lightning and thunder. It was an unparalleled heavenly might. In the darkness at the end of the earth, a cold voice that was not the slightest bit weak rang out. Then let's fight to the end. Zeus. The ground suddenly began to burn. Hurry up, there are still injured people here. I need food, clean water, and most importantly, medicine to stop the bleeding. Warrior, wake up. Your life is not over yet. For the glory of the gods and the survival of mankind, I command you to stand on the earth again, even if you only have one leg left. Help me, help me, help me. Light and shadow were like shuttles. She opened her eyes slightly and saw many shadows passing by in an instant. Lamia's only felt a buzzing sound in her ears, and a nauseating and dizzy feeling made her want to vomit. She struggled to prop herself up, but found that she was currently in a simple shed. There were more than a dozen seriously injured soldiers with her. Some of them were female warriors. The shocking wounds on their bodies made Lamia's have an impulse to close her eyes again, hoping to wake herself up in a dream. And there were at least 50 or 60 simple sheds like the one she was in. The sky was gray, and she could vaguely hear the sound of fighting in the distance. Lamia's knew that she was still in the terrible battlefield of the gods. This was probably a camp for the wounded at the rear, but she did not know which side it belonged to. Hades? The war of the gods. Zeus? In an instant, the voice that she heard before she fainted rang in Lamia's mind again, giving her a splitting headache. She dug out the names and the stories behind these names from her past memory. There were many myths of the ancient Greek kingdom of God in the modern world, and there were even a large number of scholars who were responsible for studying these myths. The Black Order had always been committed to overthrowing the Holy Church, so they had been sparing no effort to find useful power from various myths. But there has never been a record of a war of the gods in the modern world. Lamia's rubbed her swollen head and said to herself, even the official story of the fall of the Lord of the Sky and the death of the Lord of the Sky has never appeared. I have no idea what the final outcome of this war will be. If he did not use some kind of illusion magic on me, then he really sent me back to the distant past in this war of the gods. Lamia's suddenly quivered. Is he a god or a human? Sending a person back to the past was something that was completely beyond the scope of conventional understanding. Not to mention that Lamia's was just a human being, even if it was a master magician, even if it was the strongest cleric in the Holy Church, those powerful inhuman beings that Lamia's knew might not be able to understand it. I hope you can help me find a person. Luacio's voice suddenly appeared in her heart. Lamia's originally chaotic mind suddenly seemed to be sorted out and gradually became clear. That was the information she received when she traveled through time and space and came to this battlefield of the gods. As long as I can find that person, I can go back to the original time. She stood up abruptly. What is this place? After learning the way to return, Lamia's asked anxiously, almost without thinking. She instantly grabbed a female warrior who had just woken up from the pain with her arm broken off and bleeding from the wound. The female warrior endured the pain and said subconsciously, "This is the Perseus constellation, the camp of the hero Perseus. Don't you know? Why are you dressed differently from us? Are you from the king of hell's camp?" Perseus? Perseus constellation? So this should be the formation of the gods of Mount Olympus? Lamia's lips moved slightly as she judged her current situation as quickly as possible. Before the female warrior was about to shout, she knocked her unconscious again. She took off the female warrior's armor and put it on herself. At the same time, she wiped the blood from the female warrior's wound with her fingers and smeared it on her bare skin. After picking up a broken sword and an uneven shield from the ground, Lamias lowered her head and hurriedly walked out of the camp of the wounded. She had nothing on her when she traveled through time and space this time. Even the holy relic of reversal that she had always carried with her was no longer with her. The holy relic of reversal was definitely not lost when she was unconscious. She did not bring it back at all. The moment she arrived here, Lamias had already checked her body. In other words, at this time, in order to complete Boss Luo's request, she started with a blank slate. She almost turned into a crate. But how can I find that person? Lamias, who had already walked out of the camp of the wounded and planned to retreat to the rear of the battlefield for a while, could not help but feel at a loss. At this moment, a heavy palm patted Lamias on the shoulder and asked in a deep voice, "Where are you going?" This is not the direction to the battlefield. It was a blood-stained war general. Lamias turned around and looked at the nearly 2-meter-tall figure, the terrifying blood-stained armor on his body, and the murderous look on the war general's face. She instantly gave up the idea of passing the sword to him. "You want to escape? Woman!" The war general lowered his head, and a murderous look flashed across his eyes. Lamias shook her head calmly. Even on the battlefield, can't a woman be allowed to solve some physiological problems? The warlord snorted coldly and slapped Lamias's face without saying a word. The force of the slap sent Lamias flying. She saw stars and vomited blood. She lay on the ground and struggled a few times before she staggered up. However, the war general instantly grabbed her hair and violently pulled her forward. "Wait, what are you trying to do? Let go of me! Let go of me! Shut up, woman!" The war general turned around and punched Lamias in the abdomen. The power of the punch in the abdomen was very strong. Lamias felt as though her internal organs were all mixed together and her body went limp. However, the war general continued to pull her hair and drag her forward in the modern world. A huge light beam shot out from the center of the town. Its brilliance was enough to render a large area of suburban land outside the city. In the manor, Boss Luo was still standing on the balcony of Lamias's room, silently watching the light beam that was born in front of him. He was holding the reverse holy relic necklace in his hand. This necklace fell to the ground directly after Lamias disappeared. "It seems that I can't take advantage of this loophole," Luaccio whispered to himself. He could imagine how difficult it would be for Lamias, who had no power, to be in that place. Strictly speaking, what he hoped Lamias could do was equal to creating a miracle. "Master!" Miss Servant Girl's voice came from behind. Miss Servant Girl walked over slowly and glanced at Lamias's room in confusion. Just a moment ago, Boss Luo left directly in front of her eyes, seemingly in a hurry. "Where's Lamias?" Yu Yi asked softly at this time. Boss Luo thought for a while and said, "I asked her to do something for me as a reward for protecting her." Miss Servant Girl glanced at the reverse holy relic in her master's hand again. She stroked her hair and suddenly said, "How difficult is it?" Boss Luo shook his head, then thought for a while and said, "When she comes back, I will make some adjustments to her protection depending on whether she completes it or not." Miss Servant Girl nodded. Boss Luo said, "If she meets my expectations, then help her to completely solve the problem of the Black Order." "Okay." Miss Servant Girl still nodded. Solving the problem of the Black Order would not be difficult for Miss Servant Girl. Only the so-called completely mentioned by Boss Luo was something that Miss Servant Girl would take the time to consider. Luaccio suddenly smiled at this time and stretched out his hand. Miss Servant Girl understood and stepped forward, naturally placing her palm in her master's palm. Luaccio looked at the light column in front of him and said, "I probably can't sleep tonight. Let's go for a walk." On the sea, in the control room of the huge submarine, there was dead silence at this time. Beside the beach road, a large number of fallen figures appeared on the screen of the control room at this time. Shock, anger, and fear flashed in Captain Justin's eyes. He only felt a chill go straight to his brain. 3 of the most powerful battle groups of the Black religious congregation had died, just like that. Those people didn't even have time to send back a single word of what had happened. The scene on the screen was even captured by the detector deployed by the submarine. What on earth happened? Captain Justin slumped on his chair powerlessly. The communication device he carried in his ear was actually connected to the chief of the Black Order. But at this time, Captain Justin could only hear the increasingly heavy breathing of the old chief. The silence of the chief made Captain Justin feel like he was sitting on pins and needles at this time. Until, on the screen, a huge light column appeared. The light instantly filled everything in the control room and reflected on the faces of every crew member. Captain Justin suddenly quivered and couldn't help but ask bitterly, "Chief, what do we do now?" At this time, the picture suddenly changed. On the screen, the horrifying, ugly face of Master Pride appeared. Captain Justin looked at this ugly face that was becoming more and more disgusting with mixed feelings, his eyebrows knitted together. But before he had time to speak, Master Pride's eyes suddenly shot out a fanatical look and said excitedly, "Found it? It's enough for me to activate the final source of energy that I've refined. Do you see that light column? It's so wonderful. I can feel the enormous energy it's emitting. If I'm not wrong, it should be a vision that gathers a large amount of souls and life force. Seize it. Seize it. You must seize it. We can't get close at all," Captain Justin said furiously. "Anyone who gets close will die in an instant." "That's your problem. I only want it." Master Pride snorted at this time and directly turned off the communication device. "How dare you!" Captain Justin immediately smashed the electronic dashboard on the armrest beside him with a punch. "Justin." At this time, the chief of the order, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. "Activate the combat soldier in warehouse number 01. Captain Justin was stunned and said subconsciously, "But we don't have enough people to operate it now." "It's okay," the chief said slowly. "This time, I'll personally control the combat soldier. It'll be more compact if I control it alone than if there are more people controlling it. Just do as I say." "Understood." Captain Justin clenched his teeth and quickly reached out to press a button on the control panel in front of him. In the depths of the submarine, in a secret and dark warehouse, hundreds of faint green lights suddenly lit up. They were like pairs of icy green eyes staring at each other. What a rich life force and soul force! Master Pride was standing on the deck of the submarine after it emerged from the water. He looked at the light column in the town in the distance with a surprised expression on his face. He said with a light smile, "With it, my injuries should be able to recover a lot. This is good stuff." But at this time a man's voice slowly came, which almost made Master Pride's heart jump out of his chest. "Are you that Mr. Visitor from outer space who brought the composition alchemy?" Master Pride suddenly turned his bloated body and saw that behind him a man and a woman had appeared without him knowing. They came hand in hand. Hashtag, 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 hashtag PS, it's late. I ate some wine for dinner and then fell asleep. I only woke up when it was almost 10:30. I'm still under the bed. Chapter 1631. On the deck, the salty sea breeze blew, and Master Pride's eyes, one big and one small, narrowed at the same time. Someone, not just one, but two, approached him at the same time and appeared behind him without him noticing at all. This caused Master Pride to feel a chill run down his spine. At the same time, it also made him realize that after he fell into this subworld, the suppression of the subworlds was too severe. But very quickly, the unhappiness of being suppressed by the subworld was swept away by the beauty in front of his eyes. Without a doubt, Master Pride was the most extravagant and lascivious type. His greed for pleasure was almost the only motivation that drove him to reach the pinnacle of the subworld he came from. and it was also the only motivation. Possessing an endless desire and being willing to do anything to achieve the desire in his heart meant that this person was willing to put in an unimaginable amount of effort. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Master Pride's mouth cracked open, and his ugly cheeks trembled a few times. Who would have thought that this bastard Charles was hiding such a top-notch product, and yet he didn't give it to me to enjoy? The eyes of Master Pride, who came from another world, were shining. Because of the lust in his heart, he couldn't hold back his saliva, and it even seeped out of his lips. But under his gaze, driven by lust, one could vaguely see a hint of coldness. Driven by lust, but not enslaved by it. He even turned his endless lust into motivation. This was the terrifying part of Master Pride. Once upon a time, countless opponents thought that lust was Master Pride's only weakness. More often than not, besides giving away the women that Master Pride played with, they also gave away their own lives. Charles, the young man holding the blonde woman's hand on the deck, thought for a moment and said, "That's the name of the chief of the Black Order, isn't it?" Master Pride was all smiles as he said, "That's right. Useless Charles, Dying Charles. These are all names I like to call him. So you're not Charles's men? Why are you on this submarine?" The young man, Boss Luo, calmly replied, "Currently we're here for you, sir." Me. Master Pride couldn't help but laugh. "No matter what you've come to beg me for, I'll agree to it. Young man, I like your sincerity. Agree?" Luaccio mulled over the meaning of this sentence. Master Pride said arrogantly, "I don't know where you found out about me, but I think you're the same as Charles from the Black Order. You want to learn how to use alchemy from me. This is an ability that only I can give you in this world. For the sake of the gift you gave me, I promise you, greedy young man, I can feel that you and I are the same type of person. From your eyes, I can see a different kind of desire, a desire to possess the things you like. Gift!" Boss Luo was startled at first, and then he looked at the servant girl thoughtfully. He understood the meaning behind Master Pride's words, and he couldn't help but shake his head. He then whispered in the servant girl's ear, "I thought something like this wouldn't happen to us." The servant girl smiled indifferently at first, and then she said indifferently, "After all, it's essentially a powerful soul that walks in the void, so it's more or less immune. Besides, Master has always restrained himself." Boss Luo opened his mouth. He didn't know what the previous store manager was like, but it was obvious that he was too low-key in the servant girl's words. Is this the so-called product of alchemy in this world? Master Pride's eyes shone again. What a rare masterpiece. Although the technique used isn't that great, it can't withstand the perfection of the soul that drives this puppet. TSK, I've played with alchemy puppets before, but I've never seen one of this level. Greedy fellow, I'm more and more satisfied with your sincerity. This puppet is your work, right? Tell me, what do you want from me? Is it the technique of structural alchemy from another world? If you have more perfect puppets like this, I can consider recruiting you as my apprentice. Don't think that being my apprentice is a shameful thing. You may not know, but in my original world, how many people were as humble as insects in order to become my apprentice? Although it's a powerful soul that can walk in the void in terms of ugliness, it's even more ugly than Asmodeus. The servant girl said expressionlessly, "Perhaps you were born in the world of all mythical civilizations. Compared to Asmodeus, you'll be more suitable for the crime of pervert." Asmodeus? Master Pride subconsciously furrowed his brows. He felt like he had heard this name somewhere before. But in the crevice of the dimension, time didn't count, and he couldn't feel the passage of time. Only memories were growing. In the vast sea of memories, Master Pride vaguely felt that he should have heard of the name Asmodeus before, maybe in a subworld that he had explored before. Of course, he could recall it, but that would require him to reorganize his memories, which was really troublesome. The servant girl didn't say anything. She just put on a pair of white stockings on her clean and dust-free hands. But Boss Luo suddenly waved his hand and shook his head. The servant girl glanced at her master in surprise. Luocio said indifferently, "I haven't felt this way for a long time. My mood is slightly different from the ups and downs in the past. The last time I felt this way was when I was in front of my father's grave." "Master?" The servant girl couldn't help but be surprised. "Do you know what this means?" Boss Luo said in a low voice. "This means your position in my heart is much more important than I thought. I can also be angry." Angry. This was the first time Yi heard such words from her master. She had never heard Luocio say such words. While her heart trembled, something seemed to break out of the ground, trying to break through the shackles under her rational soil. "You stand there." Luocio waved his hand. The servant girl's face softened instantly. She quietly retreated behind Boss Luo and looked at her master's figure. Master Pride suddenly felt that something was wrong. He didn't know when the sea breeze had stopped, and even the waves on the sea had stopped as well. The immutable seawater seemed to have solidified in an instant. The cold glint in Master Pride's eyes that was hidden in the endless depths of the sea suddenly erupted. He put his palms together. The circle, representing structural alchemy, appeared on the back of his palms at the same time. 2 blue and white electric arcs shot out from his palms and hit the submarine's deck. In the blink of an eye, the metal deck of the submarine began to change. 2 gigantic metal skulls quickly emerged from the metal deck on either side of Master Pride. Just the exposed metal head was already as tall as a human. If it was completed, it would probably be a huge metal puppet. It was a pity that the will of the submerged world suppressed it too much. Otherwise, Master Pride would be able to create hundreds of similar metal dolls in a short period of time. At his peak, Pride controlled no less than 1,000 huge metal dolls and swept through his submerged world. He single-handedly created an empire that lasted for hundreds of years. "Don't take out this kind of toy." Luocio waved his hand casually at this moment. The heads of the 2 huge metal dolls sank into the metal deck of the submarine in an instant. When the refining process was reversed in an instant, Master Pride's clasp hands were like magnets of the same pole, and they automatically bounced off in an instant. The circle of truth, representing structural alchemy, on the back of his palms started to burn. The circle of truth that he had painstakingly obtained started to collapse on a large scale at this moment. This feeling was so painful that Master Pride couldn't help but wail in agony. The crazed chill in his eyes had already dimmed and was replaced by fear that he had never felt before in his life. You. Luocio walked over slowly at this moment. "I have something that I asked a young lady to do for me. As an additional reward for her if she can complete the task I entrusted to her, I intend to hand you over to her. Of course, if she can't complete the task I entrusted to her in the end, I intend to let you go because there is no direct conflict between you and me. The reason why I came to you in advance is because if that young lady can complete the task, I can give her the reward immediately. That's all. Don't come over." Master Pride couldn't help but retreat. He had already taken a few steps back before he could react. "That's what I thought." Boss Luo shook his head. "That's really what I thought. In fact, if that young lady can't complete the task I entrusted to her in the end, I'll even compensate you as an apology." Master Pride crashed into a hatch of the submarine behind him. He couldn't retreat anymore and sat down on the ground. There was a kind of great horror called this moment. You might think that because you fell here you were suppressed by this world's Araya and couldn't use your strength. That's why you were forced into this situation. That's why you feel resentful. Boss Luo had already walked in front of Master Pride and lowered his head to look at him. "But I want to tell you that even if you're in the crevice of this dimension, facing me, you don't have any ability to resist." Surpasser! Master Pride's face was pale, and his voice couldn't help but tremble. You're a surpasser who's reached the limit of power. Let me go, I didn't mean to offend you. That's the source of my power, the trait of my soul. I can't change it, but I've been very careful. I'm willing to submit to you. Really, even if it's my soul, I'll still be willing to let you enslave me. Do you know why I said those words just now? Lucio shook his head. Even I was a bit surprised when I said those words. I shouldn't have said those words. Pride, do you know why this is? Why? Because of me. Boss Luo's gaze instantly became muddled. It seems like you're really angry. As he said that, under Master Pride's fearful gaze, Lucio reached out his hand and pointed his finger at Pride's forehead. Time will slow down for you. Perhaps a minute in the outside world will be thousands or even tens of thousands of years in your spiritual world. There will be an unprecedented reality waiting for you. Everything that you're afraid of, or the terror that you've brought to others, everything will be repeated on you. But your spirit won't collapse because of this. Your spirit won't be tempered and become stronger because of this. When you wake up, I'll still treat you as a reward and hand you over to that lady. His finger left. Master Pride slumped onto the ground. His eyes were empty and lifeless. He just sat there like a pile of rotten meat. After a while, Miss Maid slowly walked to Boss Luo's side. She said in a low voice, "What a pity. His soul is dimming little by little. A soul that can walk in the void is very valuable. The soul of a powerhouse is gone. Even if it's gone, it can still be nurtured." Boss Luo reached out and stroked Miss Maid's face. He said softly, "Only this beauty can't be blasphemed in front of me. Master is rarely like this." Miss Maid lowered her head and leaned on her master. Boss Luo shook his head. "It seems that like just now, it's really not suitable for me." Not suitable. Miss Maid narrowed her eyes, but it made my heart beat faster. Right at this moment, Master Pride's body, his chest suddenly shone with a bright light, as if something was about to leave his body. Boss Luo and Miss Maid, who felt this strange movement, looked over at the same time. In their vision, this light didn't leave Master Pride's body. Instead, it came from Master Pride's soul, struggling to come out. The ball of light finally broke through Master Pride's body and floated on the deck, bathing in the night. Boss Luo sized it up and then fell into deep thought. At this moment, the ball of light bathed in the night and starlight changed little by little. Gradually, it transformed into a petite figure. Petite but exquisite. She wore a retro female long dress from an ancient European palace. Miss Loya. Miss Maid called out a name, subconsciously. Boss Luo shook his head. This girl wasn't Loya. She was Araya. Perhaps she was Araya from Master Pride's original world. Chapter 1632. Boss Luo had seen a few Araya in different subworlds, but the one he was in contact with the most was naturally number 003 Araya in this subworld. Of course, if number 003 Araya had feelings, he wouldn't want to be summoned by Boss Luo. This client's daddy was too hard to please. That was probably it. Farewell. The girl who broke free from Master Pride's soul, wearing an ancient court dress, had lifeless eyes. She was obviously different from the other Araya that Boss Luo had met. Intuitively, the memory of this Araya seemed to have been damaged. So, it should be the embodiment of the world, will of the subworld where pride is. Miss Maid was now carefully sizing up the unknown number Araya in front of her and was lost in thought. Boss Luo was also observing Miss Maid and was also lost in thought. Ye almost immediately thought that this unknown number Araya was Loya. However, after she realized that it was Araya in her consciousness or even in her subconscious, the impression that Loya and Araya looked similar had been distinguished. She didn't associate Araya with Loya anymore. This was a sudden change for Boss Luo, but at the same time, it was also a change that Yi didn't notice. "I've seen something similar." Miss Maid pulled back her hair that was blown away by the sea breeze and said, "Some powerful creatures that walk in the crevices of dimensions don't explore the subworlds gently. They use the simplest and most violent means to directly defeat the world will of the subworld. Obviously, powerful creatures that can walk in the crevices of dimensions can't directly defeat the world will of the subworld, which is Araya. You mean Pride defeated the world will of the subworld in his own subworld? Boss Luo was lost in thought. Miss Maid shook her head. It shouldn't be. Judging from the strength of Pride's soul, he doesn't have such ability. But if this girl is indeed the world will of his original subworld, then there's only one possibility. He eroded the origin of his own subworld. Boss Luo frowned. Miss Maid nodded. Although I don't know what method he used, I'm afraid it's not a conventional method. It's very likely that it was accompanied by the blood of the entire civilization. Pride's desire is incomparably huge. A guy who can control such a desire is very vicious. Boss Luo shook his head and looked at the motionless girl in front of him. After she was swallowed, she was in a state where she couldn't be refined by Pride. Coincidentally, Pride was in his hands and fell into a world of fear. Therefore, the girl instinctively felt the opportunity and successfully broke free. If the world will of a subworld is plundered, then what about this subworld? Boss Luo asked curiously. Miss Maid said, a new world will be born. Unless the entire subworld is completely wiped out, it will still be reborn if only the civilization is destroyed. In addition, the world will is actually a kind of super high standard currency. Currency? Boss Luo couldn't help but be startled. Nowadays, there are fewer and fewer things that could surprise him, and the things that really surprised him were things that really shocked him. Miss Maid nodded and then waved her hand. A thick account book appeared in her hands. She opened it, and the pages rustled. Miss Maid read softly. In the old days, the master of the Heavenly Court, also known as the Jade Emperor, used 9,999 sources of world will in exchange for a spiritual space that could evolve and grow. It was called the Immortal World. Boss Luo's expression gradually became strange. Immortal world? Miss Maid paused and glanced at her master. Then she turned to another page and said in a flat voice, in the new days, the master of the Heavenly Kingdom used 4,000 sources of world will in exchange for the exclusive right to use the Heavenly Kingdom of God, and then he maintained the priority of using it in a way of leasing. In the old days, new days? Luocho frowned subconsciously and said in a low voice, exclusive, right to use. Miss Maid explained, before other customers bid less than 4,000 sources of world will, the Heavenly Kingdom of God will become a commodity that can be supplied. It won't be actively shown to customers. Luocho nodded with some understanding. Then he asked in confusion, suppose I have more than 4,000 sources of world will. Do I also need to exchange for the Heavenly Kingdom of God? Miss Maid said indifferently, then we will take back the Heavenly Kingdom and terminate the transaction with the current master of the Heavenly Kingdom. Because this is not like the immortal world, which is a one-time transaction. Of course, we can also create another similar Heavenly Kingdom of God. But generally we don't mind creating it because we will lose the original profit. In the same way, if the customer has more than 9,999 sources of world will and wants the immortal world, we can also recycle or recreate it. Of course, because the immortal world is a one-time transaction, we can recycle it by discussing with the master of the immortal world about another transaction, or we can directly sell it. I suggest we sell it directly. Boss Luo, who felt that his world view had been refreshed again, rubbed his eyebrows. Boss Luo hadn't looked through the account book of the shop for a long time. At first, he thought that an account book might record all the transactions in a subworld at most. But obviously he was wrong. The account book couldn't be finished, and it was boring. Boss Luo sighed in his heart, praising the maid for doing such a good job. He signaled Miss Maid to keep the account book. Oh, right, Miss Maid suddenly mentioned. This kind of source of world will, other than being the highest standard currency for the shop, will also be circulated in the hands of the powerful beings in the dimensional void. For them, the source of world will is the highest standard currency, but only a few powerful beings have it. Under normal circumstances, it is very difficult for the powerful beings that have advanced to the dimensional crevice to have the means to harvest this kind of source of world will. Boss Luo nodded, looking at the walking gold coin box in front of him. Looking at Araya, who was in an unknown subworld, he couldn't help but think about how to deal with it. This Araya had escaped from Pride's hands and was currently in the state of an ownerless object. Of course, it could also be said that it belonged to itself, but its current situation was that it had lost most of its memories, only some simple instincts, and couldn't even judge many things. It couldn't even make effective transactions. For the shop owner, any income outside of the transaction contract couldn't be used as an offering to the altar. While he was thinking about how to deal with it, a breeze blew gently, and on the deck a blue-haired, blue-eyed girl in a long dress stood quietly. Intelligent, multi-purpose manager Araya, number 003. Before the girl finished her opening speech, Boss Luo had already waved his hand to stop the girl from introducing herself. Boss Luo stared into number 003 Araya's eyes. "You came for her, your sister?" "Confirm." For some reason, looking at the current number 003 Araya, Luocio had a feeling that he saw something called pitiful in the other's eyes. Of course, this was probably just an illusion. Perhaps it was an illusion brought about by his habit of anthropomorphizing the altar all this time. Number 003 Araya's goal was very clear. It was indeed for the seriously damaged source of world will. Using number 003 Araya's words, all Araya were sub-managers born from a huge, unimaginable special system, and then this sub-manager that was plundered by Pride was injured and needed to be repaired. If the repair was successful in the endless dimensions, a new civilized world would be born. As one of the sub-managers, it had the obligation to rescue any source of world will that was damaged. Is the possibility of repairing it high? Luocio thought for a while and asked. Number 003 Araya directly said, "You can repair it by copying all my data, but after the repair, the civilization that it spawns will use the current civilization as a blueprint. I need a longer time to let the new civilization branch out. The most conservative estimate is that it will take 3 civilization processes." Boss Luo thought for a while and said, "If you don't retrieve it, will there be any impact?" Number 003 Araya said, "In theory, no. The current subworld civilization process has reached its limit. The destruction of civilization will begin after the natural death of the Terminator. So in theory, it will be very difficult for the new spawned civilization to break through the current perfection level. The rough calculation error is within plus or minus 3%. Boss Luo remembered that the completion level of number 003 subworld was about 47%. The error of 3 points was a minimum of 44% and a maximum of 50%. He shook his head. Even if it's a positive error, it's only 50%. Number 003 Araya said, "Exceeding the current perfection level is an improvement. Any improvement is the foundation of the final success." "So, you still want to save it, right?" Boss Luo smiled and said, "You just care about my attitude." Number 003 Araya was silent for a moment and finally nodded. "You can recalculate or guide, or even try to find out if this world still has the potential to evolve." Boss Luo suddenly said, "Anyway, there's still some time before the Terminator. You don't have to rush to prepare for the restart of civilization. In fact, it won't have much impact on you if it's delayed by a few decades or early by a few decades. The time needed for a civilization to reach its peak is at least a few decades, a few hundred times, or even more." Number 003 Araya didn't speak, but his eyes suddenly flashed the pitiful gaze that Boss Luo felt seemed to become stronger. "I have other uses for the source of will of this world." Boss Luo waved his hand. "Don't worry, I'll treat it well. I won't be like this Pride." Number 003, Araya nodded silently. There's nothing else to do here. Boss Luo said. At this time the meaning was very clear. Number 003, Araya suddenly said. Maybe you can stimulate the completion level of the civilization core through the way of the upheaval of civilization. But this is a risky action. The risk of failure is more than 70%, and it will even destroy the current perfection level data. This is something you should think about. Boss Luo waved his hand. Since your ultimate goal is to create perfection, then you should use any means. Since there's no major breakthrough in the absolutely safe evolution mode in the short term, why don't you try to find ways to correct the wrong mode? Of course, whether you want to do it or not depends on your own thinking. I won't use my authority to force you to change the original script that has already been designed. You've already changed it, and more than once. Respected source authority holder. Number 003, Araya's pitiful eyes suddenly had a sense of bitterness. It must be an illusion or something. Boss Luo also felt that his words just now were a little unconvincing. Then he said self-deprecatingly, Okay, I was bluffing. I did do something to you. I'm sorry. Your authority is higher than mine. You don't have to apologize to me. Araya shook his head. I'm just a management tool under the system. I serve for the authority. There's really nothing else to do here. Boss Luo shook his head. He didn't intend to continue arguing with no. 003, Araya. Then he thought about it and said, Don't worry, this time I won't let the new script have too many changes. I'll try to minimize the impact. Just treat it as my personal compensation to you last time when I secretly set up the ending. Number 003, Araya was silent for a moment. His figure suddenly faded away, and his last words were, Goodbye. The sea breeze returned to its original gentleness. On the deck of the huge Black Order submarine, there was now only Boss Luo and Miss Maid, other than the already broken shop Master Pride. Boss Luo slowly exhaled, looked at Yu Yi, and suddenly laughed, say, Do I look like an unscrupulous boss who exploits a little girl who just joined the company? Miss Maid didn't say anything. She just thought about it and said, Master, to what extent do you plan to reduce the impact? Wait a little longer. Luocho thought about it and said, I'm waiting for Lamia's to come back, and I should be able to see her soon. I have this feeling. As he said that, Boss Luo turned his gaze to the light pillar in the middle of the town, and at this moment the huge submarine's deck began to crack piece by piece. Then the platform in the cabin began to rise. One by one, silver metal dolls about 5 meters tall, along with the rising platform, finally appeared. These tall silver metal dolls suddenly squatted down, and then the thrusters on their backs instantly fired. They instantly soared into the sky. At the same time, in the submarine, the chief of the Black Order, Charles, was putting on a silver helmet on his head. His cerebral cortex was surging crazily again. 200 ultimate soldiers. Only I can perfectly control them all at once. Chief Charles muttered at this time, Only someone as strong as me can do it. I need a stronger body that can support my strong psychic power. The world should crawl under me. ######### PS. Try to write the next chapter before 12. Chapter 1633. Lamia's was directly thrown out by the tall warlord like garbage. The good thing was that she finally stopped being dragged, but the bad thing was that she felt pain all over her body after being thrown out like this. How can there be such a weak warrior like you? The tall general snorted. Feed these Pegasi as fast as you can. When the last ray of light of the setting sun ends, they must gallop in the sky again. With that, the tall warlord turned around and left, completely ignoring Lamia's, who had an ugly look on her face. Lamia's felt that she was naturally weak, compared to the human warriors in this divinity's war. She gently rubbed her knees that were already scraped and climbed up with difficulty. Looking forward, she suddenly understood why she had been directly grabbed by the tall battle general. In an open space not far away, There were dozens of snow-white exotic horses with wings on their backs, Pegasi. Beside these Pegasi, there was a female warrior feeding them. Not far away, there was a small camp where a group of warriors with better equipment were resting. Through her special judgment, Lamias guessed that the warriors resting in the camp should be suitable for these Pegasi. As for those female warriors, they should be the coachmen. And Lamias, who had just stripped a female warrior from the wounded camp, was obviously the same as the one feeding the Pegasi. It turned out that she had been treated as one of the female warriors here. Lamias could not leave here. Along the way, she had seen all kinds of camps. For her, who had no means of self-protection, she could not defeat any of the warriors. She could probably only bully those poor guys with broken arms and legs in the wounded camp. She could not escape, and there was no reason to be lazy. In this divinity's war, no one could be idle except for those warriors. But obviously, Lamias was now a misunderstood logistician. She silently walked into the group of Pegasi, observing the actions of the female warriors around her. She held the food with both hands and came to a Pegasi that was temporarily unattended. The strange thing was that Lamias didn't have any difficulty communicating in this battle of the gods. She was obviously not familiar with the language here. She could easily understand the language here. At the same time, she could also communicate with the other party without any difficulty. It was as if she was born with it. Lamias could only console herself. At least Luaccio still provided her with the minimum amount of help, so that she would not be unable to understand the language. The female warrior who was feeding the Pegasus did not pay too much attention to the arrival of Lamias. She could see the fear and worry in the eyes of these female warriors. Most of the time they were exchanging their views on the War of the Gods, as well as some things that happened on the battlefield. This made up for Lamias's lack of knowledge. She quietly walked among the female warriors with her head lowered, quietly collecting all the information she could hear. The current situation was that the battle between the gods, which had been instigated by Hel, had reached its climax. Both sides were in a stalemate, and countless gods were dying every day. Originally, in the beginning, the gods of Mount Olympus, who were connected to the deep sea, had maintained an advantage in the face of Hel's attack. However, the warriors of Hel were difficult to kill. They could return from death through the power of Hades. As for the warriors on Zeus's side, especially the human warriors, they would be infected by Hel after death, turning into warriors of death and joining Hel's camp. Under such circumstances, the underworld gradually recovered from its disadvantage. Now it was on par with the joint forces of the gods. The main gods on Mount Olympus still maintained great confidence in their victory, but a hint of gloom had quietly appeared. Today, the underworld king Hades suddenly made a move on the battlefield and successfully ambushed the god of war, Ares. He beheaded the god of war and severely injured the god of war's allied forces. Later, the master of the sky angrily attacked and temporarily repelled the underworld king. It was said that the cause of this war was Persephone, the queen of Hel in the war. Prince Pulin, the young master of Hel, stood out and was remembered by the gods for seriously injuring the hero Hercules. A few days ago, the master of the sky and the master of the sea seemed to have an unpleasant dispute because of the war. Currently, the sea warriors under the Sea King temporarily retreated to the edge of the Gold Coast. Several human countries directly declared their surrender in front of Hel's army. In the human battlefield of the gods' war, Hel's side seemed to have the upper hand. Tonight, the Pegasus camp seemed to have another secret operation. If it was successful, it might effectively affect the situation of the human battlefield. In addition, there were currently 3 commanders on the human battlefield. They were the hero Perseus, the hero Hercules, and the hero Achilles. What kind of chaotic mythological era is this? Lamias was confused by the information she had heard. Her not very rich knowledge of ancient Greek mythology had become more and more chaotic. She couldn't help but think that if this era was based on the Bible, she wouldn't be so passive. Being sent to this distant ancient era of the gods' war was simply a cross-server battle, and there wasn't even the possibility of getting equipment at the beginning. He didn't directly tell me who to help him find. Lamias couldn't help but ponder. But I have a feeling that when I meet the target, I will naturally know. The key is, how can I meet the target? In this war of the gods, humans, demons, hell, and gods, it's like looking for a needle in a haystack. There was another problem. If she couldn't find it, did it mean that she had to stay in this era? If she stayed in this era until she died of old age? Unfortunately, this is not a peaceful era. Even if I can't find the target and have to stay in this era, I need to have the power to protect myself. Lamias had never been a person who gave in easily in the face of despair. Otherwise, she would have given up resisting and walked into Master Pride's room. However, in this age of the gods, even her constitution, which she was rather proud of, paled in comparison to the human warriors here. She could not even find the slightest clue as to how to obtain the power to survive here. This is too much. You don't even give me a little time to develop. While she was secretly angry, the Pegasus that she was brushing suddenly pressed Lamias to the ground. A trace of panic flashed in her eyes. It was said that warriors on the battlefield would go crazy if they were under too much pressure. Could it be that the Pegasus that represented purity also had that kind of need? Her scalp was numb. If that really happened, she would rather kill herself. Sorry. I didn't see anyone here. It turned out that a warrior in bronze armor suddenly leaped onto the Pegasus. Maybe the armor was too heavy, so the Pegasus couldn't stand stably, so Lamias was pinned under its body. Can you let me get up first? Lamias's face was pale as she frowned and said. The warrior nodded and called out to the Pegasus. Lamias hurriedly got up and began to size up the warrior on the Pegasus. Male with short golden hair, determined eyes, and a strong body. He should be a warrior who had experienced hundreds of battles. What's your name? The warrior suddenly lowered his head and asked. Lami. My name is Lami. Lamias thought for a moment. She didn't know how it would affect her if she said her real name, so she could only do it for now. Lami, is it? I'll remember your name. The warrior nodded and then pulled on the reins. The Pegasus flapped its wings, and a gust of wind suddenly rose as it soared into the sky. Lamias secretly cursed her bad luck. At this time, the female warriors began to gather. The task of feeding the Pegasus had ended. This group of female warriors had worked for almost a day. It was almost time to rest and eat. Lamias lowered her head and mixed in with this group of female warriors. Fortunately, after the female warriors gathered, they were in a hurry. It seemed that no one noticed her unfamiliar face. The rest camp was not far from the Pegasus camp. It was built in a cave. In addition to the female warriors who fed the Pegasus, there were many other soldiers who were logistics personnel. Compared with the soldiers on the front-line battlefield, the soldiers here were obviously less injured. Except for the tired look on their faces, their mental condition was generally good. But with the worsening of the war, how long could they, as logistic soldiers, be at ease? Lamias didn't know where she should live in the camp. She could only find a small cave to hide in and then squeeze in. But until the food was distributed, no one drove her out. She began to silently collect information on the battlefield from these logistic soldiers. At the same time, with a trace of a fluke mentality, she tried to use the ability of composition alchemy. There was nothing, not to mention the circle formation. She had already understood some knowledge about composition alchemy, but it was as if it had been deleted. Lamias lay in the cave in despair. Her heart was in a mess. The night was getting colder, but it was unusually quiet outside. The two sides of the war seemed to have retreated. Perhaps the moment the sun rose tomorrow, the war would start again. After all, this was the battlefield of the human kingdom. It was not like the battlefield of the demons and the gods. The army of the underworld had the ability to increase at night, so they would attack crazily at night. She didn't know if the big action at night that the general who had punched her in the stomach would succeed. After thinking about it for a while, Lamias was so tired that she fell asleep directly. Just like that, she struggled to get through the first day on the main god's battlefield. Lami! Which one of you is Lami? Lami! A hurried voice came from outside the cave. Lamia's was awakened by hunger. When she heard the voice outside, she didn't react for a while. Lami, the female warrior who fed at the Pegasus camp yesterday, is she here? If she's not dead, say something. Looking for me? Lamia's frowned. She didn't reveal the name of Lami to anyone here. Only the young man in bronze armor. Lami! Are you here or not? If not, I'm going to leave. I'm here. Lamia's gritted her teeth and crawled out of the cave. She shouted towards the direction of the voice. She saw a man wearing skirted armor and a short sword. Why did you only respond now? The man frowned in dissatisfaction, then walked directly towards Lamia's. The man was carrying a basket in his hand. He handed the basket to Lamia's, then said in a low voice, Lord Satyr asked me to give this to you as compensation for injuring you yesterday. Accept it well. Thank you. Lamia's reached out and took it. She could already smell a trace of food in the basket. Satyr, is that the name of the young man in bronze armor? She wanted to find out more, so she looked around and found that many people were looking at her, especially the female warriors who were feeding the Pegasus in the same team. Their gazes were burning. Please thank Lord Satyr for me. Lamia's said quickly, Tell him that I like this gift very much. The man didn't speak, just nodded and left. Lamia's lifted the cloth of the basket and took a look. In addition to some rare fresh food, there were some fruits, which were more precious on the battlefield. You know Lord Satyr? At this time, a female warrior who fed the Pegasus suddenly came to Lamia's. You're called Lami? Why haven't I seen you before? I'm new here. Lamia's said quickly. Yesterday I was caught from another camp by him. Many of the female warriors saw Lamia's being dragged into the Pegasus camp yesterday, but they didn't go forward to ask. Suya, captain of the Pegasus camp. Let's get to know each other. The female warrior. Suya nodded at this time and then looked at the basket in Lamia's hand. I can't finish so much by myself. Lamia smiled and said, Why don't we share it? Lami, you've won my friendship. Suya nodded and then waved her hand. A female warrior came over, took the man out, and began to distribute fresh food to the other female warriors. The food was at most for 2 people, which was obviously not enough for distribution. Everyone just tasted the freshness, but they were more satisfied. At least when they looked at Lamia's, they were less indifferent. Suya sat beside Lamia's and said casually, The person who caught you yesterday is called Morgan. He is a manager of this logistics camp. You offended him, so your life may not be easy, but it's different now. Since you know Sir Satyr, Morgan won't make things difficult for you in the future. This Sir Satyr is? Lamia smiled bitterly and said, I came from another camp, so I'm not sure. You don't know? Suya was surprised and then shook her head. The battlefield of the gods was very chaotic. In the battlefield of the human countries, no one knew what happened every day. Sir Satyr is the bronze saint of Aquila constellation, the subordinate of the silver saint of Hound constellation, Aideen. He is only 19 years old and has a bright future. You don't know. Bronze saint. Aquila constellation? Hound constellation. Silver saint? What cough? Lamias, who was drinking water, almost choked to death. A mouthful of water mist spurted out. Is there a Pegasus constellation called Star Sure here? Lamias asked with a headache. Suya looked at Lamias suspiciously and shook her head. Isn't that Sir of Pegasus constellation the commander of our Pegasus camp? He's not called Star Sure. Lamias heard this, and her eyebrows twitched a few times. What kind of ancient Greek kingdom is this? Hashtag. Chapter 1634. How come I don't know about Pegasus? I also know about Phoenix and Andromeda. Don't think I haven't seen Uncle Che Tion's Sex Fighter. Yes, I have. It's just a BL comic. Haha. Suya and her friends went to share the fresh food in the basket. leaving Lamia's alone to digest the information she had just heard. After asking around, Lamia's learned that the Pegasus Battalion's action last night was a success. They destroyed one of the main granaries of the enemy camp and greatly weakened the morale and ability of the enemy camp of Hades. At present, the generals of the allied forces of the gods were chasing after the enemy, intending to expand the victory. This was the first major victory of the gods since the beginning of the War of Gods. They were all discussing this matter. The depressed atmosphere in the logistics camp yesterday seemed to be swept away. Lamia's also felt a little relieved. At least, if the war was going to worsen, she would be sent to the front line sooner or later if she stayed in the logistics camp. It would be difficult to escape. According to Suya, there were special wizards in the allied forces who would monitor deserters at any time. This was the battlefield of the gods. Who knew what kind of horrible power the wizards in the mythological era had? At present, the allied forces have won a great victory. It should be relatively safe. Lamia's thought to herself, since I want to find someone, I might as well take this time in the next few days with the success of the Pegasus Battalion's secret operation. The news of the allied forces' great victory came. Occasionally, there was even some news on the battlefield of the gods. Last time, when the Lord of Hades killed Ares, the god of war, he was seriously injured by the angry Lord of the Sky and the other main gods. At present, the Lord of Hades' side in the battlefield of the gods was also in a defensive state. They seemed to have seen the dawn of victory. The soldiers of the allied forces were obviously in a good mood, but Lamia's was not. For the next few days, she spent all her free time wandering around the barracks. She didn't know who she was looking for. She only knew that if she met him, she would feel something. However, she didn't know what this feeling was. In general, for the next few days, she didn't feel anything special. Instead, she became familiar with the logistics camp. It seems that the person I am looking for is not in this logistics camp. Then, Lamia's, who was carrying a bucket of feed to the Pegasus Battalion, could not help but frown. I want to go to another camp. He hoped that the person he was looking for could be found in the human nations of the Allied army. If it was in the enemy camp, it would be quite a headache. But if it was really in the enemy camp, he could think of a way. But if it was in the battlefield of the gods, she would never forget the first time she came to this battlefield of the gods. That scene was like a meteor crashing into the ground. She would die. She would definitely die. Lamia? Lamia, you're Lamia. A man's est. It's really you, Lamia. The young bronze saint of Aquila had a hearty smile on his face. Lamia's paused for a moment before whispering, I'm sorry, Lord Satyr. You're not wearing your armor. I didn't recognize you at first. It takes a lot of stamina to wear the bronze saint robe. When not in battle, it is usually stored in the saint robe chest. Satyr seemed to be in a good mood today. He joked, how is it? Do I look more handsome when I'm wearing the saint robe? Perhaps it was because a crooked stick would have a crooked shadow. Not to mention the messy private life of the Sky Lord on Mount Pantheon. The human nations were also very open at the moment. Last night, Suya had quietly asked Lamia's if she was interested in going to the Pegasus Knight's tent. Of course, she refused. Although she was very open about it, there was no coercion. On the battlefield, there were many times when morality was relaxed. Perhaps Satyr just wanted to release the pressure of the past few days of fighting. I've always worshipped Saint Seiya's. Lamia's looked up, stars flashing in her eyes. Satyr laughed happily. Then he rolled his eyes and said, wait for me. Go, walking hormone. I know what you want to do. Lamia's narrowed her eyes at once. She felt that the key to leaving this logistics camp and going to other places was probably on this bronze satyr. Soon, Satyr returned with a huge bronze chest. At first, Lamia's had some reservations about the Saint Seiya's that Suya mentioned. But when she saw the bronze chest Satyr was carrying, well, this was definitely not the ancient Greek divine kingdom in official history. Lamia's even vaguely felt that this world where the Greek gods appeared was a different place from the world she originally lived in. Lammy, do you want me to show it to you here? Satyr smiled, revealing his white teeth that were so bright that they could almost shine. Lamias quickly said, My lord, I think we need some food. Today's weather is good, and I finished my work early. I know a very good and quiet stream ahead. It will be a good place for a picnic. Ha ha ha. Satyr's mood was getting better. As a holy cloth warrior with a rich future, he had a lot of privileges in the camp. Food and wine were things that could be prepared in an instant. A moment later, the two appeared beside a quiet stream outside the camp. Lamias carefully arranged the picnic items and asked about Satyr's experience of becoming a Saint Seiya. The experience of becoming a Saint Seiya was something worth bragging about, at least for Satyr. He was very happy to talk about it. Every warrior who aspires to become a Saint Seiya has to go through strict training since young. In the sanctum, there are many young people like me who dream of becoming a bronze saint since young. My teacher has never been able to become a bronze saint in his entire life. I am his greatest hope. Lamias poured Satyr a glass of wine. Is it really so difficult to become a bronze saint? It's difficult. Even for me, it's just because of good luck. Satyr recalled, We trained our bodies to the limit, endured pain far beyond the limits of the human body, and kept suppressing the potential in the body. Only the strongest body can withstand the power of the holy cloth. In addition, you also need to have the characteristics of the holy cloth to be recognized by it. There was once someone who defeated many opponents and was called the strongest in the competition for the holy cloth. But in the end, he could not get the recognition of the holy cloth. He was just an ordinary warrior in old age. The characteristics of the holy cloth? Lamias blinked. Her eyes were like silk. My lord, what are your characteristics? I am a spirit that pursues freedom. Satyr smiled and said, My compatibility with the Aquila constellation, holy cloth, is the highest among the warriors of the same generation. Of course, I am also the strongest among the warriors of the same generation. You are really amazing. Lamias's face was full of admiration and immediately asked, But if someone can't get the recognition of the holy cloth, is there really no way to wear the holy cloth? Satyr said seriously, Without the recognition of the holy cloth, if you want to wear the holy cloth by force, the final result will be to be destroyed by the holy cloth's strong power. Lamias's face was full of fear. Satyr laughed and stood up. At this time, the chest of the bronze holy cloth suddenly opened, and a green light was emitted. Lamias watched all of this happen. She saw the Aquila constellation holy cloth in the chest fly out one by one, and then attach to Satyr's body. You are really too heroic, Lord Satyr. Lamias continued to pour wine. Satyr, who had a strong body, didn't care about the wine at all, as if he was drinking water. Speaking of which, Satyr was not old and became a bronze saint at the age of 19. He also wanted to be like the other warriors in the camp, to be able to maintain a relationship with a few young and beautiful women. And before this Lamy, he had already succeeded. With the identity of a bronze saint, coupled with his young strength and handsome appearance, the women in the camp couldn't resist at all. Satyr, who already had experience, looked at Lamias with burning eyes and continued to send out signals called hormones. Finally, under a burst of heat, Satyr directly removed the bronze holy cloth and reached out to lift Lamias's chin. Lamias, I liked you very much when I first saw you. You are the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. After this war of the gods is over, marry me. These were obviously very affectionate words. Lamias's eyelashes moved slightly and like a frightened animal. She gently pushed Satyr away and lowered her head. I heard that many women also like you, Lord. They can't compare to you. Satyr's body became more and more hot, and then he directly pounced on her. Lamias gently dodged to the side, and Satyr, who pounced on nothing, immediately fell to the ground, and then he didn't stand up again. Lamias frowned and muttered, The physique of these Saint Seiya is really terrifying. If a Pegasus was always in a battle posture, it would be quite excited and unable to rest. Therefore, In order to let the Pegasus rest well, the female warriors in charge of feeding the Pegasus would usually use a special kind of herbal concoction to help the Pegasus fall asleep. A whole 3 times the amount of herbal concoction. After a long while, Satyr finally fell asleep. Lamias shook her head and stood up. After casually kicking Satyr a few times, she sneered, "You want to sleep with me? Little brat who hasn't even grown hair yet. Okay, you can come out now. Nimitz." Lamias quickly said it this time, and the next moment a fat and strong woman rushed out of the forest. Nimitz was also a female warrior in charge of feeding the Pegasus in the Pegasus camp. She was a woman with huge desires, but unfortunately no one cared about her. Nimitz, who was twice the size of Lamias and had a fierce face, walked over at this time. "Are you really going to give this opportunity to me? Haven't you always wanted to sleep with the Saint Sayas?" Lamias quickly said, "Look at him, young, handsome, and has a bright future. How perfect is this body?" The woman with a fierce face couldn't help but breathe quickly, but she was hesitant. "If Lord Satyr wakes up, it's just a short-lived marriage," Lamia smiled and said. "Do you think Satyr will announce this after he wakes up? This may be your only chance. Why do you want to help me?" Nimitz looked at Lamias warily, but her eyes were unable to leave Satyr's strong body. "I need the identity of Satyr's lover," Lamias said indifferently, "but I don't want to give myself to him, so I need a substitute. If you don't agree, I'll do it myself, and then you'll continue to be the Nimitz that no one cares about. Lord Satyr, Lord Satyr." Nimitz seemed to be possessed as she kept repeating this name. Suddenly, she pounced on Satyr's body. Lamia sneered and slowly backed away. "Lick me, lick me. At least you won't lose everything. At least you'll sleep with me." Nimitz finally remembered that there was an audience beside them and regained some of her rationality. She hurriedly carried Satyr and walked behind a huge rock. Lamias picked up an apple and bit into it. Then her gaze landed on the box that contained the Aquila constellation saint cloth. She hesitated for a moment, then finally walked to the front of the box and reached out to touch it. But just as her fingers touched the box, she felt an electric force prickling her fingers. She couldn't help but retract her hand, and at the same time, she broke out in cold sweat. What is this?" It was something that peeked out from Satyr's clothes. It was a purple crystal that was about the size of a thumb. From behind the huge rock, she could faintly hear Nimitz's voice. Other things aside, Nimitz's voice was actually quite pleasant to listen to. Lamia's fainted and goosebumps rose all over her body. She casually picked up the purple crystal from his clothes. At that moment, the purple crystal in her hand suddenly emitted a faint light. The faint light shot into Lamia's eyes. Lamias was momentarily dazed. After a while, she softly groaned and fell to the ground with an exhausted expression. She took in big breaths and muttered to herself, "Saint Cloth communication, meditation training." Training? Lamias suddenly looked in the direction of the huge rock, then said with slight anger, "You damn Satyr. You actually dared to lie to me. Nimitz, I still have an energy herb here for the Pegasus. Do you want it? Give it to me. Hashtag, 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 hashtag PS. The next chapter will be before 12///. Chapter 1635. It was called the Seed of Power, and it was the power of the soul. When the seed broke through the soil of the soul, it would awaken the hidden power. The human body was like a small universe with a treasure trove containing a ruthless and endless power. The gods had handed the key to opening the treasure trove into the hands of the humans, allowing them to have the ability to resist the monsters. Unknowingly, it's already been 10 days since I started meditating in the karst cave where she was resting. Lamia slowly opened her eyes. After a night of meditation training, she only felt sore all over, but her spirit was unexpectedly strong, and her thoughts had become sharper. This seems to be a sign that only appears after completing the initial stage of meditation training. Her active thoughts made Lamia's frown. According to the meditation technique of the amethyst inheritance, it seemed that without 1 or 2 years of hard work, it would be impossible to achieve such results. Moreover, even if it was hard work, it was the hard work of those with talent. I've only trained for 10 days. How can it be so fast? Could it be because this is the age of the gods, and it's far from the trough of transcendence in my time? With the small success of the meditation technique, Lamias could vaguely feel that there was a huge power all around her, but she was completely unable to pry open this power. This is the key to entering the inhuman realm. Lamias was delighted. Even when she was a combat nun of the Black Order, she had not been able to step into the inhuman realm as she wished, and could only rely on external objects. It's a pity that obtaining the key to becoming an inhuman is in an era where death is imminent. After shaking her head and tidying up her clothes, Lamias walked out of the cave where she was resting. At this moment, Nimitz, who was not far away, immediately walked up to her. Similar things had happened twice in the past 10 days. Nimitz, who was hungry for more, had even moved to live next door to Lamias so that he could find an opportunity as soon as possible. "You're too diligent." Lamias could not help but frown. Although the camp is open, it's not every day that you can find an opportunity. If you squeeze too much of Satyr's strength out, it will affect his performance on the battlefield. No, it's not. Nimitz pulled Lamias to the side and said in a low voice, "I wanted to tell you that it's not convenient for me these 2 days. You better not go find Lord Satyr. Otherwise you will be in danger." Lamias couldn't help but be startled. Did this Nimitz already consider Satyr as his personal property? Was that why he was worried that he would go back on his word and fight personally? It was really too rare to see her pull a certain someone. Even if she wanted to sleep with someone, it would at least be at the level of the manor's owner. "I understand. I'll see what I can do." "That's great." Nimitz nodded and quickly took out the food. "I was worried about you. I got these for you this morning. They're even better than Sister Suya's." Lamias thought for a while and said, "Don't get too close to me. Otherwise, it'll be easy for people to find out. Thank you for the food." Nimitz revealed a smile that could be considered good-looking for someone with a fierce face like her. "I know. I came to find you because Sister Suya and the others aren't here. They went out so early." Lamias was startled. "Yes, I don't know what they're going to do. They're so mysterious." Nimitz shook her head and then said faintly, "They don't like to be with me and rarely talk to me. I'm going out later." Lamias nodded. Nimitz immediately said, "Don't worry, I'll help you with your work." Are you not feeling well these 2 days?" Lamias frowned. She knew that ever since the first time, Nimitz had been trying to curry favor with her. This kind of lowly behavior made Lamias feel strange. "It's fine, my body is very strong." Nimitz said with a silly smile, "I know you have something to do. In the camp, there's basically no one who has a reason to talk to me, only you are different. And you let me and Sir Satyr. Although I know this is all an illusion, but I really have to thank you. Really, Lamias, I won't ruin your relationship. I'll help you keep this a secret. I don't want anything." Lamias opened her mouth, and the strange feeling in her heart gradually turned into irritation. "You don't want anything? Nimitz opened her mouth and then lowered her head. She stroked her stomach and said, "If possible, I hope to be pregnant with Sir Satyr's child. After this war is over, I'll take the child away and raise it. I won't tell anyone, and I don't plan to tell anyone." Lamias was silent for a moment. "In a few days, I'll find an opportunity to ask Satyr out." Nimitz looked up at Lamias and said softly, "Lamias, are we friends?" "No." Sister Nun didn't look back at this time and directly walked out. But under Nimitz's absent-minded gaze, she suddenly turned around and said, "Don't go out today, rest for a day. I'll finish your job. I don't have anything special today, that's all." "Lamias!" Lamias came to the Pegasus field and found that some female soldiers had already started working. But she didn't see Sister Suya and several other female soldiers who had a good relationship with her. She couldn't help but feel strange. But she didn't care too much and started to work with 2 people. She originally planned to leave the Pegasus camp early, but after unexpectedly obtaining Satyr's meditation training technique, she changed her mind. It's amazing. After completing the initial stage of meditation training, I seem to be able to feel some thoughts of the Pegasus, although it's very vague. Lamias was quite surprised. There was no one at the moment. Lamias made up her mind and wanted to ride the Pegasus that she had been feeding for a long time. If she could ride the Pegasus and not be rejected by it, it seemed that she would have the opportunity to be promoted to a Pegasus Knight. At present, although the battle of the gods was in favor of the gods, there were still many casualties. In the formation of the Pegasus Knights, there were already many soldiers who couldn't fight because of serious injuries. But when she was thrown to the ground by a huge force, Lamias knew that she had become too full of herself at the moment when her vision was reversed. "Ha ha ha, Lamias, you can't ride the Pegasus just because you want to." It was Satyr's voice that came with a smile. Lamias climbed up expressionlessly. This guy actually stood there foolishly to watch a joke. Until he saw that Lamias's expression was a little strange, he hurried forward in a panic. "Lamias, are you hurt? Did you fall anywhere?" Huh. Now, she didn't have to worry about letting Nimitz replace her. Originally, she more or less felt guilty toward Satyr. No more. Iron Man. Next time, I will prepare 2 portions of vitality herbs for Nimitz. 3 portions. Lamias. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Lamias, listen to me. Lamias. After finishing her work, Lamias walked out directly. Satyr could only accompany her in a low voice. He was really obsessed with Lamias. Every time he was delirious, it was as if he was lost in the great starry sky, as if he was wandering the Milky Way. Although every time it was so abstract, every time he could always hear the sweet moans of 100 roars and 1,000 soft moans. Every time he thought of it, Satyr had a feeling that he couldn't stop even if he wanted to. How could 1 time be enough? 2 times wasn't enough, even if it was 3 days and 3 nights. Lamias, there is no battle today. I can move freely until dusk. Oh, is that so? Then you should have a good rest, Master Satyr. You need to replenish your strength and fight for the kingdom. Fight for the glory of the gods. Lamias, how can you forgive me? Satyr frowned, with a hint of dissatisfaction. Lamias said with grievance, "I am working hard in Pegasus camp alone, but you come to laugh at me, and now you are treating me like this. Satyr, I think we should end this wrong relationship. You are not a man worthy of my sacrifice. Do you know? Other than you, the other warriors are also very good to me. I am the only 2 Saint Seiya in Pegasus camp." Satyr said angrily, "Other than Master Pegasus Constellation, I am the strongest here. How can they compare to me? At least, those people are loyal enough, right?" Lamias said miserably, "At least they will treat me wholeheartedly and not use me as a tool to vent. Master Satyr, please let me go, okay?" "It's not like this, Lamias. It's not like what you think." Satyr panicked. I don't have many women. Don't listen to other people's nonsense. I only have you now." In a hurry, he directly grabbed Lamias's wrist, but was pushed away by Lamias. "How long are you going to play with me?" Lamias said angrily, "Other than getting people to send me some food, what else did you do for me? Do you know what kind of life I am living here? What kind of bullies I am being bullied? Do I have to endure this? And then you only need to use a dog's finger, and I will crawl to your side like a bitch." "Someone bullied you?" Satyr's eyes flashed coldly at this time. "Who is it?" Lamias shook her head and said sadly, "Forget it, that's my own business." "Satyr, after experiencing you, I finally understand that men can't be relied on. I can only rely on myself. Without great power, no one can protect me. You can't, even if you are a bronze saint, but that's only you, not me." "Lamias, do you really want to get power?" Satyr gritted his teeth at this time and suddenly asked with a somewhat dignified expression. Lamias was startled and felt that something seemed wrong, but she couldn't stop acting, so she said with a complicated expression, Satyr, when you were weak, how much did you desire power? I didn't intend to tell you, but Satyr took a deep breath and pressed his hands on Lamias' shoulders. But I don't want to lose you even more. Lamias, there's a chance to get power. Do you want to fight for it? Lamias couldn't help but widen her eyes. Was love in the age of gods really so simple? Nimitz was like this, and Satyr seemed to be like this too? What did you say? Satyr pulled Lamias to a corner, and then said slowly, The Grus Saint Seiya died of serious injuries 3 days ago, and now in the sanctuary the people who can inherit the Cygnus Saint Cloth are. Grus Saint Cloth is one of the few Saint Cloth that is more suitable for women. Do you understand what I mean? You want me to challenge to inherit the Grus Saint Cloth? Lamias didn't care whether she was thinking about acting or not. She was really very surprised at this time. Yes, this is your only chance to get power. Satyr nodded. But not everyone can challenge to inherit the Saint Cloth. There must be a recommendation. I am a Grus Saint Seiya, and I have the qualifications to recommend. But to be honest, I didn't intend to recommend you at first, because I know there are people more suitable than you. So, if you don't have the halo of a bronze Saint Seiya, don't even think about finding a girlfriend in this life. Trash. Wait a minute. Big Sister Suya and the other few female warriors are so mysterious. Could it be related to the heavenly crane constellation Saint Cloth? Obviously, other than herself, there were a few female warriors in the camp who also took the same path, trying their best to get close to those warriors who looked promising at the front line. Lamias, you don't want to go? Satyr asked nervously. Lamias shook her head. There must be a lot of people who can inherit the Saint Cloth this time, right? Of course. Satyr nodded. Every current Saint Seiya can nominate. The commanders of the various armies can also nominate the royal family of the human kingdom, as well as some aristocrats and city lords, and also some descendants of heroes. There will be at least 1,000 candidates on the list, roughly estimating that there will be at least 1,000 candidates who will go to the sacred region. Sacred region. Lamias lowered her head and didn't say anything. For the inheritance of the Saint Cloth this time, Lady Athena will also come personally. Satyr once again threw out a piece of heavy news, smiled, and said, Maybe this time it may be the only time you can personally meet God, of course. If there is a 1 in 1,000 chance that you can inherit the Grus Saint Cloth, that would be good. So many opponents. Lamias shook her head and looked at Satyr, feeling wronged. Those candidates have a lot of support behind them. How can I break through the crowd alone? Indeed, Satyr nodded. These candidates are all sacred warriors who have been training for a long time, and they have been preparing for a long time to get the chance to inherit the Saint Cloth. But you don't have to be discouraged, Lamias, because you have me. It's here, it's finally here, the Tool Man. Satyr, you are so good to me. Lamias looked at him emotionally. Satyr said affectionately, Yes, you have me. I will give you unlimited spiritual support behind your back. Look at me, Lamias, when you are in despair. Please think of me. Think of my eyes, my voice. I will always be with you. Lamias, I will wait for you here. Whether you succeed or fail, I will wait for you here. Oh, you can go die now, Toolman. Goodbye. Hashtag. Chapter 1636. Although the matter of choosing the successor of the heavenly crane constellation sacred cloth was not publicized, there was no such thing as an absolute secret. Even Big Sister Sue was able to find out about it in advance and plan early on. Lamias naturally did not believe that there were no similar people. In any case, he had at least gotten Satyr's recommendation. In order to express her gratitude, before the day of departure, Lamias excitedly sent Satyr off. She released the Nimitz beast that night and gave it 3 portions of energy, herbs for free. Perhaps because he knew that Lamias might not return in the future. Nimitz exhausted all his energy that night, hoping that he could succeed in one strike. Lamius did not know whether he could succeed or not, but she knew the scientific point of view of the first 4 and the last 5. However, she did not kindly remind him. Looking at Satyr, who was sleeping soundly with a pale face, Lamius thought for a while and directly took the purple crystal from Satyr's body. Just take it as your so-called support. It was better than nothing. On the day of departure, only Nimitz who knew about it came to send them off. As for Satyr, he did not appear. It was said that the Pegasus camp had a mission at the last minute. The amount of sleeping medicine used on Satyr yesterday was a little too much. It was unknown if he could wake up in time. Do you have any relatives or friends in the sacred domain? Lamius looked at Nimitz and asked. No. Nimitz shook his head. How could someone like me have relatives in the sacred domain? Why do you ask? Lamius shook her head and laughed in her heart. According to the storyline, she should be able to receive a side mission from Nimitz. Nimitz could be the illegitimate daughter of some big shot and had a very strong talent. With just one chance, she could turn an ugly duckling into a crane or something. You have to be careful on the way. Nimitz stuffed a small package into Lamius's hand. There is some food in here. Take care of yourself on the way. Nimitz's rations X1 get. All right. Lamius put away the package and glanced at the reluctant Nimitz. Was this guy sad that he wouldn't have the chance to sleep with Satyr after she left? Lamius always felt that her thoughts seemed to be a little dark. Rami, whether you succeed or not, remember to come back. Nimitz's eyes were red. I think I might not have won the bid last night. Lamius was silent for a moment. In the end, she shook her head and walked towards the group that was heading towards the holy region. Holding her handkerchief, Nimitz sent them off with tears in her eyes. It wasn't until the group finally disappeared that she sighed dejectedly and opened the item in her hand that was wrapped in cloth. These were the things that Lamius gave her before she left, saying that they were some souvenirs. Opening the package, there was a piece of animal skin inside. Nimitz read the contents of the animal skin with some surprise. Holy garment communication, meditation, training technique. The group that was heading towards the holy region was obviously not the only group that she was currently in. It was just that the journey had just begun, and they hadn't met up yet. However, the group was basically made up of people that came from Lamius's original camp. There weren't many of them, only about 30 people. Most of them were women. However, Lamius only saw one familiar person in the group. Sister Suya. Suya, who was rather travel-worn, was also surprised to see Lamius, who appeared in the group at the end. She even went directly to Lamius. I really didn't expect to meet you here. Sister, Suya said in surprise. I originally thought that you would only team up with people like Nimitz. Now it seems that I still underestimated you. You're alone? Lamius asked expressionlessly. Sister Suya shrugged. You know how precious it is to be a candidate for the holy garment. We're different from those people with power and background. A spot for us is already a luxury. So, those sisters who are very close to you inevitably became the victims of this luxury. Lamius didn't expose it, and there was no need to do so now. She even smiled. Congratulations, you've succeeded. You too. Sister Suya narrowed her eyes. So, your spot was indeed given by Sir Satyr. I know that you two are often together. Lamius didn't comment. The group of candidates in front were now gathered in 2s and 3s, as if discussing something. They didn't get along well with each other. After arriving at the holy region, everyone was a competitor. How about we form an alliance? Sister Suya suddenly suggested. Let me think about it. Lamius retreated in order to advance. What a joke! Before forming an alliance, what conditions were there to discuss? I have some information about this competition. Sister Suya lowered her voice and said, but I need people who can help me all the way to the end to make this information valuable. We'll share the information and determine the winner in the end. Lamia's didn't hesitate. Deal. Sister Sue, you was obviously more straightforward. After that, Sister Sue, you began to win over the rest of the female warriors in the team. Lamia's looked at the thing that Sister Sue gave her before leaving and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The thing that Sister Sue gave her was obviously a holy garment communication, meditation, training technique, but it was less than a third of the content. As long as I follow you all the way, I'll be continuously given the content at the back? Lamia's shook her head. If she hadn't obtained the meditation training technique from Saturn in advance, she probably would have seriously cooperated with Suya. It's a pity that Suya must have already started the training and her progress may be much faster than mine. Lamia's looked at the female warriors who were gradually convinced by Sister Suya's persuasion and shook her head again. These female warriors would probably never be able to catch up with Sister Suya's progress. But why does Sister Suya also have the meditation training technique? Holy Realm, 12 Palaces. The sacred ceremony was spread out, and the stairs on Mount Pantheon fell from the sky. The goddess, with a scepter in her hand, walked down the stairs. Those in the Holy Realm who sensed it all knelt on the ground and shouted the goddess' name, Athena. At the same time, the 12 palaces surrounding the goddess temple shot out a golden light. The 12 golden saints, which represented the most powerful combat power of the holy Sayas, gathered in the center of the goddess temple. The goddess was wearing a white robe. As she walked down the last step of the stairs, she restrained the divine light on her body and looked like a flawless girl in the human world, lovely and moving. But anyone could feel the great divine power hidden in this girl. The goddess' gaze wasn't gentle. It was even filled with a sense of killing. Don't forget that other than the goddess of wisdom, she was also in charge of war. She was the goddess of war. The authority of war seemed to have increased in the goddess body because of the fall of the god of war, Ares. Compared to the last time, the goddess's majesty was even stronger. This was what the 12 gold saints were thinking at this moment. Even more so, because of the goddess' increase in the authority of war, as the 12 most loyal holy Sayas of the goddess, their strength also increased to different degrees. Wait, the goddess' voice sounded, Musha, follow me. Among the kneeling golden saints, a long-haired man slowly stood up. The rest of the holy Sayas didn't look up. They were still kneeling in the same place, like statues. As for Musha, he was a Virgo holy Sayas. At this time in the goddess temple, in the passage between the 2 huge stone pillars, the goddess walked forward unhurriedly while Musha followed behind. Musha couldn't see the goddess' face and didn't know if the goddess was angry at this time, so he could only remain silent. How is the selection of the successor of the heavenly crane sacred garment going? The goddess suddenly asked, but she didn't stop. The reserve female warriors are already on the way to the sacred region. Musha thought for a while and said, according to the schedule, they should all be able to arrive before the end of the 5th day. The number of reserves this time seems to be quite high. Other than the children nurtured by the sacred region, there are some sent from all over. The goddess didn't stop, and her voice didn't fluctuate. Do you think that the succession of the Cygnus constellation this time shouldn't be so loud? Musha shook his head and said, this is the goddess oracle. Naturally, everything has been considered. The goddess suddenly stopped. The path had come to an end. She looked up at the throne in the depths of the temple and said coldly, Poseidon has dissolved the alliance with the Mount of Gods. What? Even Musha, who was the chief of the 12 holy Sayas, couldn't help but be shocked. He suddenly looked up and thought quickly. The Sea King, why is it so sudden? Could it be because of the underworld? He didn't say. The goddess shook her head. He just let the army return to the Golden Ocean. As for the sea warriors, they haven't withdrawn yet. But thinking about it, it won't take too long. The news hasn't spread to the human countries yet. For now, Musha frowned and said, Once the Sea King's army is withdrawn, I'm afraid that the results we have obtained with great difficulty on the battlefield of the gods, the war in the human world has dragged on for too long. The goddess suddenly said, "The Mount of Gods hopes that I can end the war in the human world as soon as possible, and then withdraw the power that has been placed in the human world. The news of the underworld being seriously injured is true. There are rumors that the underworld will be inherited by the young master of the underworld, Prince Pulin. Father God speculates that the underworld may directly transfer his position." The news came in waves, making it difficult for Mu Sha to digest all of it in a short time. The war of the gods started by the underworld had now entered the middle and late stages. The strength of both sides had been revealed. Perhaps an opportunity would be needed to declare the end of the war. Among the hostile human kingdoms, there are a large number of demigods who have defected to the underworld. Mu Sha sighed, "It won't be easy to end the war in the human world as soon as possible unless the gods directly intervene. But if that's the case, the underworld will naturally not be indifferent. If the battlefield of the gods and the battlefield of the human world are merged, I'm afraid that the human world will really be destroyed." The human world could not withstand the wanton use of the divine power of the gods. Even the goddess in front of him was definitely not a real god at this time. "After the Grus constellation's sacred garment inheritance ceremony is over, I will promote 5 gold saints and 12 silver saints," the goddess said slowly. "This is a gift from Ares. Mu Sha, I need you to select 5 silver saints with enough potential to be promoted, as well as bronze saints." "Yes." Mu Sha nodded. It could be said that it was the first time in the history of the sacred to promote 5 gold saints at once. However, the 12 palaces of the sacred could only accommodate 12 gold saints. As for what the 5 newly promoted gold saints would do in the future, it could only be carefully considered after the war. As for promoting to silver saints, it was relatively simple. In fact, if the war was over, it was unknown how many gold saints would be able to survive. They were still in the sacred because it was not yet time to use gold saints. Although this war started because of my sister. The goddess sighed faintly at this time, but there are many hidden contradictions that are difficult to explain. Mu Sha, even now, I can't see through the fog of war. This was a topic that involved the gods, so Mu Sha did not dare to make wild guesses. At this time, he could only be a listener. The underworld is different from the divine realm's Mount Pantheon. The goddess sighed at this time and said, "After all, the divine realm was created by cutting off the fragments of the world. But the underworld was provided by the underworld king. It is not the true underworld that we know. Therefore, there are many secrets between the Father and the underworld king that the gods do not know. Perhaps this can even be traced back to the true origin of the divine realm. Mu Sha, this time I came in person. Although it was the will of the divine mountain, I also have some private matters that I want to entrust to you." At this time, Mu Sha's expression was solemn. He was still clear that the following matter was the true intention of the goddess to summon him to the goddess temple alone. At this time, a golden ball of light separated from the goddess body and slowly came in front of Mu Sha. Mu Sha's expression was alarmed. He had already felt the thing contained in the golden ball and could not help but turn pale with fright. "This is... If I fall in this war of the gods, it will replace me and be reborn in the human world." The goddess' voice became fainter and fainter. "Mu Sha, are you prepared to guard it, even if you have to give up your life? My most loyal Saint Seiya! This will be the promise that I will guard for the rest of my life. Go." The goddess walked to the throne on the steps, sat down, and closed her eyes. "After the battle of the divine garment begins, wake me up, Mu Sha." Mu Sha turned around and left with a grave expression. On the throne, the goddess slowly opened her eyes and faintly sighed. "In the future, will it really be as Sister Clotho revealed, the fall of the gods? The person who should not exist, where is he?" "Holy Domain, Outer City." After layers of inspection, a travel-worn team finally stepped into the territory of holy domain. Lamias took off her hat and absent-mindedly looked at the majestic goddess temple in the distance, as well as the 12 palaces surrounding it. She could not help but chuckle. Come, I have read a lot of Uncle Che Tian's manga. Hashtag, 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 hashtag PS. The next chapter will be before midnight. Chapter 1637. I've reached the intermediate stage. The moonlight in the sanctuary was particularly bright that night. Lamias suddenly had a strange impulse and rejected Suya's visit. She returned to her room at night to practice the meditation training technique. Lamias did not know if it was because she was particularly suited to practice the meditation training technique or because of the uniqueness of the battlefield of the gods. It was supposed to take at least 3 years to complete the final stage, but she completed it on the 3rd day after reaching the sanctuary. Including the time spent on the road, the intermediate stage was even faster than the beginner stage. According to the explanation of the meditation training technique on the amethyst, the beginner stage was to lay the foundation and plant the seed of power in the soul. The intermediate stage was to awaken the seed of power. At the advanced stage, the seed of power would break through the soil and greatly improve the ability to communicate with the holy garment. Even if the communication was not successful, the seed of power would have awakened and sprouted. Because humans had real power, they had opened the treasure vault of the body's little universe. If they could continue to practice deeply, there was even a chance to awaken the 6th or 7th sense. What are the characteristics of my seed of power? Lamias frowned. She vaguely felt that something seemed to have been injected into her heart, and it was gradually growing. But at present, she didn't have any special growth except that her spirit had become better. Her physical strength seemed to be better than before, but it was purely because of the air in the age of the gods, the food, and even the strange power that was everywhere in the air. Calculating the time, she had been in this era for almost 20 days. Was her body beginning to be assimilated here? I can't sleep. Having just finished her practice and had a new breakthrough, Lamias was unexpectedly energetic. She had nothing to do, so she planned to take a good look around the sanctuary. Many places were off limits, but the range of areas where she could move was not small. Since she wanted to find someone, Lamias could not wait for that unknown person to fall on her head. Only by taking the initiative to attack could she have a higher chance of success, even if the action now was not much different from a blind fly flying around. Lamias had been to the city where the goddess temple was in her era for sightseeing, but the sanctuary in front of him was obviously different from the temple he had visited before. The most dazzling thing was naturally the 12 zodiac temples. Even at night, the radiance emanating from the 12 zodiac seeds illuminated a large area of the holy domain. Lamp oil and the like were saved quite a bit. There weren't many people on the road except for the patrolling guards. Lamias met several groups of patrolling soldiers on the road, but after checking her identity, they let her pass. There were some places that he had roughly explored during the day after entering the sanctuary, but there were some places that he hadn't. Along the way, Lamias didn't feel anything special. She thought that it had been a fruitless night. Just as she was about to go back, she stopped in front of a building. Here, she had a special feeling, a very special feeling. Lamias couldn't even describe the specifics of this feeling. She didn't know if it was the feeling of meeting the person she was looking for. Anyway, she looked at the building in front of her and couldn't help but feel a little absent-minded. However, there were guards standing guard in front of the building. It was the kind of place where no one was allowed to casually step into. "Who are you?" "This is the place where Lord Maya's body is placed. Unauthorized people are not allowed to enter." The guard came forward and scolded in a low voice. Body placed? Lamias was startled. It was wartime now. The bodies of soldiers on the battlefield would generally be cremated, and even more were buried in the battlefield. To be able to be transported back and temporarily placed in the holy domain, could it be some big shot? But she had an impulse to go in. Sorry, I'm a female warrior who is participating in the sacred garment inheritance. Lamia's heart skipped a beat. I've heard of Lord Maya's heroic deeds, so I want to pay my respects. After all, I may only have the opportunity to pay my respects now. The guards exchanged glances and then shook their heads. You're considerate, but you're not allowed to pay your respects now. Since you're here to participate in the qualification battle, then go back and have a good rest. The qualification battle should be starting soon. I wish you success and contribute your strength to the goddess. Can't you make an exception? Lamia's did not give up. I only ask to take a look. Maybe you can look at me. I swear, I will definitely not spoil the things inside. I just want to take a look. Please go back. The guard raised his voice. If you really want to come, then wait until you've inherited the sacred garment and become a silver saint of Grus constellation. We will welcome you very much. Goodbye. Lamia's left without turning back. But after she left the guard's line of sight, she took a detour and came to the back of the building. There was also a group of guards here. In fact, there were many guards at the entrance of the building. So if she wanted to enter normally, there was not much possibility. Lamia's tried to make some movements at the back door, but only one of the guards came out to check. There were still a few who were standing in their original positions. She could only really bid farewell. But at this moment, a man dressed in white quietly appeared behind Lamia's. Her first feeling was fear, especially now that she had trained in the training technique. Her senses had become sharper and her heart was beating wildly. The white-clothed man was taller than Lamia's by a head, but he was not the kind of robust type. The man was expressionlessly sizing up Lamia's. This made her feel as if she was seen through. The seed of the second stage. The man suddenly opened his mouth. So, you're a candidate for the qualification battle of Grus Constellation's sacred garment. Yes, master. Lamia's quickly lowered her head. This man was quite scary. With just one look, he knew that she had trained in the training technique. He even saw through her progress. What's your name? Lami. Lamia's quickly said. I'm from the Pegasus camp in the frontline battlefield. The man nodded. You're not from the sacred domain, nor are you a member of the royal family. But to be able to come here, it means that you have worked hard enough. But if you want to qualify for the qualification battle, the seed of the second stage is not enough. At least the seed of the third stage needs to be awakened to have a chance. The third stage? Lamia's frowned. She always felt that even if it was the third stage, it would not be difficult. But the qualification battle was imminent. There was not enough time left for her. You want to go in? The white-clothed man asked again. Lamia's heart moved. She quickly nodded. Yes, I've heard of Master Moy's deeds, so I want to go in and pay my respects. Pay your respects. The white-clothed man showed a strange look. Then he shook his head and walked directly in front of Lamia's. Since you want to go in, come with me. Lamia's could not help but widen her eyes. The white-clothed man walked directly to the entrance. When the guards saw him, they quickly knelt down and seemed to want to say something. But the white-clothed man waved his hand and stopped them. After that, the white-clothed man turned around and waved at Lamia's, indicating that she should hurry up and follow. It seemed that she had met a very important person. Lamia's gritted her teeth and walked quickly to the white-clothed man. She saw that the guards were still kneeling down and had no intention to stop her. The white-clothed man did not speak. He directly went up the stairs and walked in. Lamia's took a deep breath and followed closely. On the way, the white-clothed man did not stop, nor did he talk to Lamia's. He only stopped at the end. In an empty room deep in the building, there were white flowers and a stone platform. On the stone platform, there was a tall woman with a silver mask on her face, lying quietly. The white-clothed man silently stood beside the stone platform and looked down at the woman on the stone platform. He did not speak for a long time. Lamia's was in a daze. The special feeling in her heart was getting stronger, but it did not seem to be the feeling of finding the person she was looking for. "Didn't you want to pay your respects to her? Why are you standing there?" The white-clothed man looked back and casually looked at her. Lamia suddenly shivered. She walked past the flowers and came to the white-clothed man's side. She carefully looked at the woman on the stone platform. There was no mouth on the body, but there were no signs of breathing. The body was preserved as if it was alive. Perhaps the stone platform had other functions, but the woman was wearing a mask, so she could not see her face clearly. Maya exhausted all of her potential during the battle and died in the end. The white-clothed man said slowly, "Because of her sacrifice, the Allied army won a major victory. But at the same time, we also lost a silver saint." Silver saint? Could this be the Grass saint? Lamia was shocked. She subconsciously looked up at the white-clothed man. Because she was too shocked, she could not help but open her mouth slightly. "Why, you don't know how to pay your respects to her?" The white-clothed man looked at Lamia's again. His eyes narrowed. Lamia's was like a frightened animal, her hair standing on end. She quickly lowered her head. I'm just too shocked. I feel sorry for Sir Moy's sacrifice. If Maya did not sacrifice herself, you would not be here today," the white-clothed man said. "And those female warriors who came from afar like you, perhaps you are actually secretly happy because you have gotten chance. Is it really okay to say it directly?" Lamia was silent. The air suddenly became quiet. She needed to say something to ease the atmosphere. Lamia thought quickly and said quickly, "Master Maya, why is she wearing a mask now?" This may be a very impolite question, but at least it could break the atmosphere. Female Saint Seiya's are not allowed to show their true faces. The white-clothed man glanced at Lamia's. From the moment they become Saint Seiya's, women will wear masks. Their masks will accompany them for life. Once they take it off and are seen by men, unless they kill the man, they will have to fall in love with him. Don't you know? I know. Uncle Che Tian wrote it like that too. But how would I know it is the same here? Lamia's put on a fake smile and quickly said, "Sir, thank you for bringing me to pay my respects to Master Maya's body. I am satisfied that you have fulfilled my little wish. I will bring you out." The white-clothed man smiled at this time. This made Lamia's quite surprised. The white-clothed man had completely grasped her thoughts. She followed behind the white-clothed man with a heavy heart, but she kept looking back. A strong feeling of reluctance made Lamia's have an impulse to stay here for a long time. She found that this was because of the power seed in her body. The power seed that could only be considered fast and growing healthily suddenly became very active. The white-clothed man stopped in front of the exit at this time. Lamia's looked at the white-clothed man with a little surprise. The white-clothed man turned around and looked directly at Lamia's. His eyes suddenly burst out with a strange light. The power seed in the second stage, it is too difficult to get a good result in the qualification battle. Open your mind. I will help you awaken your power seed and reach the third stage. What? Now is the battlefield of gods. It is good if a human warrior can improve a little bit more power. I hope you can treat this power well. Lamia's looked at the white-clothed man in disbelief, but a strong sense of dizziness that came with it directly hit her brain and made it blank. It was as if her soul was suddenly shot out of her body and then roamed the galaxy to see the infinite and bright universe. She didn't know how long had passed, but Lamia's gradually woke up. She took a long breath and compared the contents of the training technique to find that she had reached the third stage. The power seed had been awakened, and the hidden treasury in the human body had been opened. Her vision, hearing, smell, and even her sixth sense seemed to have been greatly improved. A strange power was lurking in her body, and it could erupt with great power at any time. Fighting will a strange power that the sanctuary warriors had mastered to stimulate and release the potential of the human body. You finally woke up. The one who spoke in front of her was obviously not the white-clothed man, but a guard outside. Lamia's had some impression. It was now dawn outside and the sun was shining. Unknowingly, she had probably spent a night. Lord Musha told me to tell you that you can leave after you wake up, the guard said with a kind look at this time. Lord Musha? Lamia's was startled. Musha, the name of the white-clothed man? Yes, the guard nodded. The chief of the Golden Saints, Lord Musha of the Virgo Temple. You are really lucky to get the help of Lord Musha. Lamia's suddenly opened her eyes wide. Why was the way this script unfolded so much like Mary Sue? Lamia's couldn't help but smell the scent of being arranged. But who could arrange for her? The one who sent her here? This place was separated by who knows how far away in space and time. Hashtag, 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 hashtag PS1. 1680 seconds, PS2. I have been working really hard recently. Clench her fist. Chapter 1638. Trialist's Labyrinth. This was the venue for the battle for the Holy Garment. After the battle for the Holy Garment began, candidates from all over the place entered this huge labyrinth to gather. The Grus constellation's Holy Garment was in the depths of the labyrinth. Only by entering the deepest part of the labyrinth and finding the Grus constellation's Holy Garment and obtaining the recognition of the Holy Garment could one become the new Grus constellation's silver rank. The Grus constellation's Holy Garment is in the depths of the labyrinth. This is a fair opportunity for everyone. You are allowed to use any means to defeat your opponent in the labyrinth. But there is one point that must be defended. You are all soldiers of the Allied army. You can die in battle on the battlefield or in the hands of your enemies, but you must never die in the hands of your comrades. In this battle, killing your comrades is forbidden. Once discovered, even those who can inherit the Holy Garment will be executed. The goddess Saint Seiya does not need to be a guy who will wield a sword at his comrades. Above. Hence, more than 1,000 female warriors from all over the place entered the Trialist's Labyrinth at the same time from different places. Lamia's was at the entrance of the 5th district of the labyrinth. It was called a labyrinth, but in fact it was a huge forest. The Trialist's Labyrinth seemed to be a special space with different districts. Don't waste too much time defeating your opponents on the way. Sister Sue, you had an idea when she entered the labyrinth. We need to use the shortest time to pass through this district. The real battle is in the deepest part of the labyrinth, which is the ice field where the Holy Garment is. Now, the battle for the Holy Garment had just begun. But Sister Sue, you already knew the name of the district where the Holy Garment was. This surprised everyone. Lamia's was equally surprised. Sister Sue, you had looked for her previously and said that she had some information. It seemed that it was true. Apart from herself, before the battle for the Holy Garment began, Sister Sue, you had already successfully roped in 6 other female warriors. Now, including herself, Sister Suya's team had 8 people. You know how to get out of this forest? Lamia's asked softly beside Sister Suya. What answered her was only a complicated look in Suya's eyes and a strange smile. After a while, Suya suddenly said, Why, are you scared? Lamia's shook her head. Following the awakening of the power seed, she now had some means to protect herself, unlike when she first arrived. She had already tried to use the seed of power in her body that had already decided the outcome of the battle. In a split second, her fighting spirit was stimulated, allowing her to obtain strength and stamina that far exceeded that of a human being. With a single punch, she was able to shatter a rock that was as tall as a person. This was almost impossible in the past, unless she was using the various types of armor provided by the Black Order. And this time, she relied entirely on her own body. Inhuman. Lamia's knew that she had stepped into the world of Inhuman, but she was still immeasurably weak. She had seen Priest Stryker sink the Nautilus with one punch. She had also seen Eve annihilate Karen's armor brigade alone. She had also seen the mysterious means of the manor owner, Luo Chiu. Compared to them, she was still an ant that could be easily crushed. If I can inherit the heavenly crane constellation St. Cloth, will it? She would have her own thoughts. If anyone were to face the same situation as her, they would definitely have their own thoughts. Lamia's adjusted her mental state and silently checked the equipment for this battle. Every female warrior was assigned a long sword and a shield. As for food and water, they had to find it themselves in the maze. The real battlefield is in the last two areas. Sister Sia took the lead at this time and walked in front. The battles in the periphery belong to those challengers who have no support behind them. You are lucky to follow me. As long as you reach the ice field, you will be qualified to become an elite warrior of the sacred region. Even if you can't become a sacred Seiya, your position in the army will be increased accordingly. This is your chance to change your destiny. So, run as fast as you can, female wolves of the grassland. Everyone rubbed their hands, but their eyes were still looking at Sister Suya with evil intentions. Sister Suya must have more secrets. This was the source of her confidence. Lamia's thought for a while, then secretly smeared something on the standard long sword that everyone had. It was impossible to get poison, but she got a few anesthetic things. The so-called sacred Seiya required a heart towards the light, a person with virtue. Lamia's felt that the sacred region owed her a Scorpio constellation. It has finally started. It has been a long time since the trial maze was used. I never thought that the silver Saint Cloth of Heavenly Crane constellation would actually use this maze. A white-haired man wearing a gold Saint Cloth was standing at a high point. The huge forest was under his feet. In the maze, every area, every place, there was a gold rank monitoring to prevent the challengers from killing each other. But every area was too big. Even a gold rank would not be able to see everything in an instant, so there were also 2 silver ranks. With the strength of a silver rank, it was enough to prevent death before it happened. Using a gold rank was just to eliminate the wishful thinking of the challengers. At this time, a silver rank quickly jumped back from the forest to the 5th District Forest Guardian, gold rank of the Golden Palace, Scorpio Palace. Master, there is already a small team that has successfully reached the center of the forest and activated the next district. So fast? Gold rank of the Scorpio Palace was surprised the Battle of the St. Cloth had only just ended half a day ago, and the majority of the challengers were still exploring the 1st district. Yes, Master. Silver rank, who had just returned, quickly said, "It is a small team of 8. The leader is a female warrior called Suya. She seems to be very familiar with the forest." Suya, gold rank of the Scorpio Palace, frowned. Silver rank said, "Suya came from the front lines of the Pegasus camp. She is the female warrior leader in charge of feeding the Pegasus under silver rank of the Pegasus constellation. She is 23 years old and is a female warrior from the Camille clan. Also, Suya should have already awakened her power seed and can use battle intent." Gold rank of the Scorpio Palace shook his head, expressing that he did not have any impression. The Camille clan was just a small tribe and was not born in the sacred domain, and was also not a vassal of the various royal families and aristocrats. Being able to use battle intent does not mean anything. Gold rank of the Scorpio Palace said indifferently, "Many warriors in the sacred domain are unable to become Saint Seiya, and in their later years, they will choose to leave the sacred domain and return to their hometowns, and maybe leave behind their successors. The sacred domain does not forbid these people from nurturing disciples." Yes, Silver rank laughed. After all, this is to provide fresh blood to the sacred domain. This Sia's talent is not bad, and she also has the bearing of a commander. She's a good seedling. You seem to think highly of her? Gold rank of the Scorpio Palace laughed. Silver rank shook his head. I do not think so. The sacred domain has already nurtured a few seedlings that are prepared to inherit the heavenly crane constellation St. Cloth. This trial to them is probably a test. The rest of the challengers, I am afraid, they are just tests that they have to pass. I just feel that this kind of fixed future, to the rest of the challengers, is too cruel. This era, to everyone, is the same cruel. Gold Rank of the Scorpio Palace said indifferently, and then he waved his hand. We have already done our job. The rest of the matters will be left to you. I know what to do. Silver Rank nodded his head, quickly. After that, Gold Rank of the Scorpio Palace directly left. In this trial, Gold Rank of the Scorpio Palace's use had already been used up. They actually had other important matters to settle. That was the real highlight, to choose a suitable silver rank through the ceremony to become a new gold rank. Regarding the promotion of silver rank to Gold Rank of the Scorpio Palace already had a suitable candidate in mind, taking advantage of the fight for the St. Cloth. He would give that little brat a little special training. Just as he left the trial maze, Gold Rank of the Scorpio constellation frowned. Powerful strength also brought a powerful sense of touch. The moment danger approached, this Gold Rank of the Scorpio constellation immediately exploded with an absolutely powerful fighting spirit. Although it was not to the point of burning, but it was enough for him to block a sneak attack from the shadows. A black shadow, and he immediately separated upon contact. After a short exchange, the sneak attacker did not gain any advantage. Gold Rank of the Scorpio constellation looked over with a serious expression, only to see a black shadow moving stealthily on the ground, after which it appeared more than 10 meters away. Underworld King's Gladiator. Gold Scorpio's serious expression turned into one of shock. This was the sacred domain, the place where the goddess descended, the place where the 12 gold ranks guarded. However, an underworld gladiator had silently invaded this place. How could he not be shocked? Was there a problem with the sacred region's defense? Or could it be that there was a traitor in the sacred region? In an instant, many questions appeared in Huang Jin's mind. He took a step back, not because he was afraid of the Dark Gladiator. Huang Jin had never been afraid of the Dark King's warriors. Instead, he needed to bring this matter back. There might be a great hidden danger in the sacred domain. As expected of one of the 12 gold ranks of the sacred region, Scorpio, the black shadow was wearing a strange purplish-black St. Cloth. The dark gladiator's face was pale, but exceptionally handsome. I originally thought that a sneak attack would be able to make you suffer a little. Gold Rank of the Scorpio constellation coldly snorted, and his fighting spirit erupted once again. If he wanted to warn the other gold ranks, the best way was to use his fighting spirit. But at this moment, an enormous aura of death enveloped him, instantly sealing the surrounding space. Gold Rank of the Scorpio constellation couldn't help but be alarmed once again. This was because he felt a trace of power that belonged to the gods within this aura of death. This was definitely not an attack that a dark gladiator could unleash, other than this dark gladiator. There must be someone else. As this thought flashed through his mind, Gold Rank of the Scorpio constellation felt as if there was a light at his back, and he instantly activated all his 6 senses. In the next instant, Gold Rank of the Scorpio constellation felt a terrifying existence behind him. He turned around, and behind him was a young man wearing black clothes. An enormous aura of death was emitted from this young man's body. This young man stretched out his hand, and it was as if a hand had reached out from the darkness, easily grabbing onto Gold Rank of the Scorpio constellation's neck. Gold Rank of the Scorpio constellation was actually unable to resist. You are from hell. Gold Rank of the Scorpio constellation turned pale with fright at this moment, feeling the approach of death. His only thought was that the sacred region was about to face an unprecedented disaster. Immediately, Gold Rank of the Scorpio constellation no longer hesitated, and he fully erupted with his fighting spirit, burning his potential, in an attempt to break through the blockade. Gotcha! It was too late. This was Gold Rank of the Scorpio constellation's final thought. His body slowly fell down, and his gaze was fixed on the face of this terrifying young man, the young master of hell, Prince Pulin. "Your Highness!" At this moment, that dark gladiator quickly walked over and knelt down beside the black-clothed young man. This subordinate is incompetent and was unable to kill Scorpio constellation in one strike. If the 12 gold ranks could be killed through assassination, the war in the human countries would not have dragged on until now. At this moment, the black-clothed young man, Prince Pulin, said indifferently, "The aura of death has appeared here, and the sacred region should be able to react quickly. You can put on a show for me." "Understood." After saying that, Prince Pulin lowered his head and glanced at the fallen gold rank of the Scorpio constellation. He expressionlessly stretched out his arm, and with a slash of his finger, fresh blood dripped down from his wrist. It directly dripped onto the gold rank of the Scorpio constellation. Not long after, gold rank of the Scorpio constellation's body melted, and the gold rank of the Scorpio constellation peeled off. The gold rank of the Scorpio constellation instantly dimmed, and then it flew towards Prince Pulin. At this moment, Prince Pulin's face gradually changed and finally turned into the appearance of gold rank of the Scorpio constellation. After this, all the aura of death retracted. After transforming into gold rank of the Scorpio constellation, Prince Pulin's body erupted with a battle-intent fluctuation similar to that of gold rank of the Scorpio constellation, instantly attracting the attention of several gold ranks of the 12 palaces. Bear with it a little. Looking at the dark gladiator in front of him, Prince Pulin raised his hand and said softly, "I will be very heavy-handed. For the King of Hell." The dark gladiator stood up and similarly released his own battle intent. At the center of the town square, where a large number of souls were gathered, a black cat slowly walked in. Walking to the front of the man in the center of the square, the black cat automatically stood up and spoke in human language. "This time's plundering is enough. If there's more, the will of the world will not let you go." The man in the suit was silent, and after a while he shook his head and said softly, "It's not enough." "Not enough?" The black cat was startled and said in disbelief, "How can it not be enough? It's enough every time. How can it not be enough this time?" "It seems that there's something wrong." At this moment, the man in the suit suddenly lowered his head and looked at his palm. His palm was currently holding a small remote control with red and blue buttons. But the remote control was not what the man in the suit was really concerned about. What he was concerned about was his palm. His palm suddenly faded, as if it had disappeared, but in an instant it returned again. This caused him to involuntarily sink into contemplation. At this moment, the black cat suddenly turned around and said in a deep voice, "He's here and seems to have brought along a burden." Finally, Marlotta, who had been following Teacher Pulin closely within 5 steps, arrived at the source of the light pillar shooting towards the sky. Hashtag PS as usual. Chapter 1639. As he got closer to the central square of the town, even though he had lost his ability, Mayor Lotta could still sense the aura of death in the air. He could tell that he was about to come into contact with the Nether King, who could save the Lord God of Darkness who was imprisoned in the inhuman domain. Mayor Lotta did not know why the Nether King fell into the present world. That kind of thing was too far away from him. He was born after the kingdom of God was destroyed, and it was a long time after that. The inhuman domain had not been discovered by the Hui Yao and was just wandering in the long river of time and space. Only some descendants of the gods with weak bloodlines were left. It did not matter. As long as he could find the Nether King and save the imprisoned Lord God of Darkness, the Soth God clan would definitely restore the glory of the gods and return to the inhuman domain. Mr. Pulin's footsteps finally stopped. In the huge light beam, a man and a cat slowly walked out. The man's tall hat was lowered, and Mr. Pulin could only see the man's face below his nose. However, The black cat gave him a feeling of déjà vu. Mayor Lotta's eyes widened. He recognized that the man in the suit in front of him was the guy who killed several of his companions at sea. Nether King. Mayor Lotta muttered at this time. He slowly walked past Mr. Poulin, but he suddenly woke up at the 5th step. He stopped, but his expression was still excited. I knew it. The Nether King is you. The man in the suit did not respond. He was still looking down. However, the black cat beside him blinked at this time. After looking at Mayor Lotta for a while, it said with a little surprise, You are a little different from before. Why did your power disappear? I also want to know. This was the most painful thing in Mayor Lotta's heart. At this time, it was directly exposed by a black cat. He felt even more embarrassed. As for a black cat that could talk, it made Mayor Lotta feel strange. Was a cat that could talk special? In the inhuman domain, even grass that could talk would be needed. Even worse, some wizards with holes in their brains would even cut off their lower body and use special wizards to bestow new life to their lower body, turning it into a walking cannon. Then they would admire it from the side. However, the black cat quickly shook its head and said nonchalantly, Forget it. You brought him here anyway. As long as the result is the same, it doesn't matter if he has power or not. Your mission is complete. You can die now. My Lotta instantly felt as if his heart was being gripped tightly by something. The feeling of fear and suffocation made his expression incomparably painful. In an instant, he knelt on the ground and tightly clutched his chest. His expression was ferocious as he opened his mouth, but he was unable to make a sound. His eyes were filled with despair. However, at this moment, Teacher Poulin slowly walked over and extended his hand to help my Lotta up. Only then did the feeling of death gradually fade from my Lotta's body. He still has a lot of time. Teacher Poulin looked at the black cat and then looked at the man in the suit. He furrowed his brows, and the strange feeling in his heart became more and more intense. Including everyone in this small town, their time isn't up yet. It won't care about small changes. The man in formal attire finally opened his mouth. His voice was almost the same as Teacher Poulin's, but it was a little deeper. The existence of some stages, more or less, has some privileges, as long as you don't want to go against it, and you can't change it either. Who is it? Teacher Poulin asked curiously. There are many sayings. The man in the suit lowered his face and smiled. Heaven's will, fate, Gaia's will? Basically all of them, but to be more precise, it should be will. The will of the world. Teacher Poulin thought for a while, then shook his head. He followed the feeling in his heart and asked, Are you luring me here? No, I'm not luring you. The man in the suit slowly raised his head and then took off his hat. I'm just ensuring that you will come here. 2 kings of hell. How could it be? When the man in the suit took off his hat, Mayor Lotta, who had just recovered his breath, instantly screamed out in horror. Even Teacher Poulin, who had always had an extremely steady temperament and was even occasionally a little mischievous, opened his mouth in astonishment at this moment. Soon after, his brows were tightly knitted as he sank into contemplation. To Teacher Poulin? Miss Maid murmured as if she was thinking of something. On the only bell tower in the town, she was leaning against Luacio's side, reflecting the night wind. It's becoming unstable. Boss Luo suddenly said in a low voice. This sentence came out of nowhere. Even the knowledgeable Miss Maid couldn't guess the meaning of her master's words at this time. Seeing Miss Maid's rare confused and cute look, Boss Luo chuckled and didn't say anything. He just held her hand and said in a low voice, Look again. Miss Maid was stunned. She focused her attention and looked at it again. She was shocked. Have you ever used a satellite TV with a bad signal? Everything in front of her eyes was... The whole town was like a satellite TV with a bad signal. It seemed to be disturbed by something. The picture was constantly changing, distorting, and missing, but it was trying to maintain the current scene. This matter seemed to be directly related to Lamia's. Miss Maid took a deep breath. She didn't need to do such a thing. It was more like an instinctive action. She looked at her master's hand subconsciously. This was the ability brought by her master and the vision shared by Luaccio. Even though she had an extraordinary background as a maid in the shop, Miss Maid wasn't in the same position as the shop owner. She knew countless secrets, but that was only because she had accumulated them over a long period of time. "This is the change of the long river of time," Luaccio said in a low voice. "You said you would accompany me to the end of the long river." "Master, you saw the future?" The future was a taboo topic. Miss Maid knew that the previous one had entered the realm of the future, but she seemed to have suffered a lot. But as a maid, she had no way to know how much the previous one had suffered. But obviously, the future was a matter that even the shop owner needed to consider carefully. "No." Boss Luo shook his head. "I only see the current variables, and you see the same. But the future me may be looking at the present me, and I am also looking at the past." Miss Maid was shocked again. As a person who managed all the external affairs of Boss Luo, even the life value, she clearly sensed that her master's life was rapidly evaporating. In a short moment, 30% to 40% of his life had evaporated. "Master, stop!" She showed a frightened look, even overstepping her identity as a maid. "Don't worry," Luaccio said indifferently. "I'll stay for a day. Don't we still have the income from the Master God plan? I won't die. You said that you will accompany me to the end of the river of time, but I haven't seen the end yet." Miss Maid was silent, but seeing Boss Luo's life value evaporating rapidly, pain and fear appeared in her blue eyes. She quickly moved her fingers, and a black flame instantly broke through space and entered the dimensional crack. The next moment, the second entrance to the modern world of the Master God plan. Zhao Lu and Chen Mingming, who were doing their daily work, received a notification at the same time. "Don't worry about the impact on the modern world of the area, and don't worry about the server load. Open all entrances to the modern world to the greatest extent, and even lower the entry threshold." At the same time, another command was sent to Eve in the manner through his mind. "Increase the difficulty to nightmare level." In an instant, in the world where the Master God plan was located, almost all the chosen ones who were conquering dungeons and exploring new areas felt the sudden change in the world. The difficulty increased by several levels almost instantly. Correspondingly, the rewards increased by several levels. Opportunities came with risks, and risks naturally came with opportunities. An unyielding and strong soul would be fearless of any challenge, break through layers of difficulties, and finally go against the current. Reach the top. Originally, this alternate world was the starting point of the dreams of those souls who were willing to enter. With the two instructions of Miss Maid, Boss Luo instantly felt that his vitality had increased. But it was just a drop in the bucket for the life he was evaporating at this time. At most, it could only slow down the evaporation speed a little. Wasn't it too radical to harvest souls like this? Luaccio didn't know whether this radical action was good or bad. He had never been completely rationalized by the altar, and he had always kept a little bit of human nature. As long as one was a human, no one would know whether what they did was right or wrong. But beyond this level, I don't even feel guilty at all. Boss Luo was silent in his heart. Because of his decision, a large number of high-quality souls were going through unprecedented tests and facing death. But he really didn't feel any discomfort. Perhaps this was the real reason why the altar deprived the shop owner of his emotions. Only those who had never sympathized with living creatures would understand the true nature of things. Boss Luo even closed his eyes at this moment. The future couldn't be seen. Even if it could be seen, there were endless variables. There were countless possible futures, and the price to pay was too great. Seeing 3,000 futures clearly, there were still 3,000 futures that had been seen before, or even more. But in the past, there was only one. Because it had already happened, even if it was changing, it had already happened. Two rays of golden light were the first to arrive. They represented the Taurus of the 12 palaces and gold of the Leo palace. What happened? Gold of the Taurus palace had a rough body and his voice was the same. He asked immediately. The two gold didn't seem to notice that the current gold of the Scorpio palace had already been taken over. Regardless of appearance, aura, or the Scorpio saint cloth on his body, how could it be fake? This was the sanctuary, and the goddess had even descended to the sanctuary. Prince Pulin of the underworld was really doing something crazy. He looked at gold of the Taurus palace and Leo palace, then lowered his head and pointed at the unconscious figure lying on the ground. Underworld gladiator. Gold of the Leo palace's expression changed slightly. This is the majestic star's gladiator, one of the giants of the current underworld gladiator camp. Prince Pulin said with a heavy voice, looking at the situation, he wants to sneak into the trial taker's maze and destroy the inheritance of the heavenly crane Saint Cloth. The majestic star on the ground was only unconscious and not dead. They could still dig out a lot of information from his body. Gold of the Taurus palace and Leo palace had already realized the seriousness of the situation. How could the underworld gladiator pass through the sanctuary? There might be a traitor in the sanctuary. At this moment, another figure arrived. He was dressed in white and had a special aura that made people feel at ease. Head of the 12 palaces. Gold of the Virgo palace, Musha! Musha, you're here. Gold of the Leo palace greeted first and explained the situation. Musha glanced at Gold of the Scorpio palace and suddenly said, Just now I vaguely felt an obscure death energy. It seems to be much purer than the underworld gladiator's underworld gladiator battle intent. Prince Pulin was slightly shocked, but his expression did not change. He nodded and said, He has the protection of the underworld king on him. I also spent a lot of effort to break the protection. Musha looked around. The surroundings were indeed almost completely destroyed. A gold saint could easily destroy a city if they wanted to. This underworld gladiator, I'll take him away for interrogation. Also, I'll go see the goddess and explain this matter. Musha thought for a while and said, You guys stay here. There might be other underworld gladiators sneaking in. Try to keep an eye on the heavenly crane Saint Cloth. I don't want more accidents to happen in this inheritance. After saying that, without waiting for the 3 golds response, Musha directly picked up the unconscious underworld gladiator and left the trial taker's maze. It seems like Musha still can't let go of Maya. Gold of the Leo palace sighed. Gold of the Taurus palace glared at him and said unhappily, If your biological sister died and her Saint Cloth was being fought over, how would you feel? I'm just saying. Gold of the Leo palace did not want to talk to him. I'm leaving. Then I'll patrol the surroundings and inform the others. Prince Pulin looked at Gold of the Taurus palace and said casually, Anyway, I have nothing to do. I'll accompany you. Gold of the Taurus palace walked up and put his arm around Musha's shoulder. There's nothing to see in this real battle. Maybe it will be more interesting in the end. Okay. Prince Pulin did not refuse. He only looked in the direction where Musha disappeared. Originally, he thought he should be the one to bring the underworld gladiator to the temple. At the very least, as the person involved, Musha had already brought him along. Just knock them out. Big Sister, Suya loosened her grip, and a female warrior who had fainted from being strangled fell to the ground weakly. Big Sister, Suya wiped the sweat on her forehead and looked around. Very good. None of the 8 people have fallen. Then, let's go to the next area. The next area. Lamia's felt the exhaustion of her physical strength. After passing through another area, they would enter the depths of the maze, the ice field. Hashtag. Chapter 1640. The first area was a forest, and after the forest was a wasteland, under the lead of Suya's elder sister. This wild team that was not from the sacred domain and did not have the backing of the royal family and nobles quickly passed through the first 2 areas. After entering the third area, they would basically encounter more challengers who had entered from other entrances. Of course, due to the speed and difficulty, the number of people they would encounter would also decrease. Similarly, the strength of the opponents would naturally be stronger. The third area was an underground palace that was extremely complex. It really did look a little like a maze. Su Ye's elder sister seemed to have slowed down a lot. At this time, they had not encountered any challengers who had entered from other entrances. We have been fighting continuously for a long time. Let's rest here for a while and replenish our strength. Su Ye's elder sister led the team into an empty room in the underground maze. They even found a pool here, and it was running water, but they did not know where the water came from. There were almost no stops along the way, and many of the female warriors were already unable to endure the thirst. Now that they had a supply, their spirits were immediately lifted. Su Ye's elder sister took some water from the pool and came to Lamia's side. You haven't drunk water along the way, right? Replenish a little, or you'll become dehydrated. Lamia's took it, but she resisted the impulse of her body and didn't drink it immediately. Su Ye's elder sister looked at the rest of the female warriors, smiled, sat down, and whispered, You are really very careful. Lamia said indifferently, After all, I don't know if there are any hidden enemies in this challenge other than those that can be seen. Besides, there is only one sacred garment, isn't there? Even if it was a team in the final battle, it would probably be the most dangerous combination. Why? Do you think I will harm you now? Su Ye's elder sister said, rather amusedly, the trial maze was only opened after the battle of the sacred garment began. I came here with you all the way, so there is absolutely no possibility of setting it in advance. You suspect that I will secretly harm you, and I will not blame you, just as I will be wary of you. But you say that I can tamper with the water in advance. That is really too much. Lamia's shrugged, but she still refused to drink. Su Ye's eldest sister smiled. Lamia's didn't drink, but she drank it in big mouthfuls. Lamia's still didn't move her mouth. Her lips were so dry that they were stuck together tightly. She realized that under this kind of extreme condition, the effect of the training technique seemed to be better. The training technique had basically reached the third stage, and the awakening of the power seed was considered complete. However, it could still continue to be trained, as if there was no end to it. Perhaps the third stage of the awakening of the power seed was the true beginning of the training technique. Suddenly, a dull sound was heard. Lamias frowned and saw a female warrior in the team fall to the ground. The animal skin bag that she used to drink water directly fell to the ground. The rest of the female warriors were shocked, but all of them had a splitting headache. Not long after, they all fell to the ground and lost consciousness. Lamias didn't say anything. She only used the quickest movement to stand up, unsheath her sword, and took a defensive stance. Su Ye's eldest sister didn't seem to have any intention to make a move. She was just casually nibbling on a fruit that was harvested from the front. All right, really wasn't me. Lamia sneered. Su Ye's eldest sister said indifferently, What I said is true. I have never entered the training maze before, and it's even more impossible for me to tamper with it. Lamia still sneered. It's up to you to believe it or not. Su Ye's eldest sister slowly stood up. I just happen to know that there are some problems with this pool. Your cautiousness allowed you to walk forward a little in this fight, but only a little. The saint robe of heavenly crane constellation is mine. Lamias didn't say anything. A wave of fighting spirit that wasn't considered strong, but was abnormally strong, slowly emitted out. She knew that Su Ye's eldest sister also had the training technique, and even before she went to the sacred Saint Galaxy, she had already started training. But to what extent, she didn't know. Maybe she had also awakened a power seed and was even stronger than her own. So powerful. Su Ye's eldest sister sighed. When I first met you, I'm afraid you didn't even know what a power seed was. I didn't give you the complete training technique. So to say, this is what you got from Satyr. Lamia's still didn't say anything. But at this moment, Su Ye's eldest sister suddenly waved her sword. The speed was so fast that it shocked Lamia's. Block. Retreat. The huge strength made Lamia's retreat 2 steps before she stopped. But her arms were already numb. Su Ye's eldest sister also had fighting spirit and was much stronger than her. In such a short time, not only did you awaken a power seed, you even have such strength. Su Ye's eldest sister shook her head. I'm a little regretful. I only took action now to deal with you. So much so, I shouldn't have pulled you into my team. Actually, it would have been better for you to take action in the ice fields. Lamia said quickly. Su Ye's eldest sister said indifferently, that is the safest place to take action, and I don't need to waste any energy. In the 2 consecutive regions, they have already successfully saved me a lot of energy, and that is enough. I will make you tired. Lamia's waved the sword in her hands. Her numb arms had already recovered. You are not my opponent. Su Ye's eldest sister shook her head. This level is not enough. Entering the ice fields is too difficult for you. Heavenly Crane Constellations, Saint Robe, the Sacred Saint Galaxy has already nurtured candidates. We are just their trial stones. Try. In terms of words, Lamia's was not afraid of anyone. In the modern world, anyone was the king of all mouths and would never lose. Su Ye's eldest sister laughed lightly, but slowly retreated. At the same time, she reached into her bosom and suddenly threw something towards Lamia's. Lamia's was already paying attention, and when she saw an object flying towards her, she subconsciously swung her sword and slashed it. It was directly slashed open, and what fell to the ground was actually a torn beast skin. Lamia's was startled, but Su Ye's eldest sister quickly left the empty room without leaving any words. Lamia's was extremely suspicious, and after a while, she used her sword to pick up the beast's skin on the ground. This is the map of the maze? How did she have it? She did not immediately believe that the map was real, but was thinking about Su Ye's intention of giving her the map. Normally, with such a cheating tool like the map, if it was her, she would have kept it a secret. Give it to the opponent? Impossible. No, it's possible. Lamia's quickly recalled every word that Suya said. Su Ye's not the only one who has the map the warriors nurtured by the Sacred Saint Galaxy. Could everyone have a copy? If these 1,000 challengers were all here for the sake of training the cultivator of the sacred domain, is she trying to let me in the final battle of the ice plains add a little more variable to eat me? Lamia's frowned. Su Ye's intention was most likely this. This also showed that the map was real, and it was undeniable. As long as she wanted to obtain the Heavenly Crane Constellation St. Cloth, it would be hard to reject this map. Connecting all these, Lamia's did not use her sword to fiercely scratch the wall, and softly scolded. Who said that the ancient people all had retarded halos? No, the ancient people definitely had retarded halos. In the empty room, those female warriors who were sleeping soundly on the ground were definitely retarded halos. Sacred Saint Galaxy, Goddess Temple. When Virgo Temple's golden Musha carried majestic stars, underworld gladiator, the goddess was resting on the throne with her eyes closed. What's the matter? The goddess did not open her eyes. A underworld gladiator has infiltrated the Sacred Saint Galaxy. Musha threw the unconscious underworld gladiator on the ground. After I woke him up, I interrogated him again. He said that it was to destroy the inheritance of the Heavenly Crane Constellation's Saint Cloth, and to attack the morale of the Sacred Saint Galaxy. The goddess slowly opened her eyes, and Musha woke up majestic stars, underworld gladiator, in the next second. The underworld gladiator felt the divine might from the goddess, and under his frightened expression, there was also the reverence of facing a god. I'm very sorry for causing you harm. The goddess suddenly said, You are Uncle Hades's warrior if you want to come to the Sacred Saint Galaxy as a guest. You are very welcome here. Next time, don't sneak in." The majestic star's underworld gladiator did not say anything. He had already predetermined what kind of punishment he would face when he met this goddess. This goddess, other than the master of the sky, was the most taboo deity on Mount Myriad Deities. As for the three goddesses who controlled fate, they should be the most taboo gods. However, the three goddesses were outside of everything. Although they were also on Mount Pantheon, they had never interfered with anything and had always maintained a neutral position. "Thank you for your tolerance." Majestic Star's thoughts turned quickly, and he slowly stood up, even nodding to Musha as if he did not care about Musha's interrogation of him before. He looked at the goddess again, thought for a moment, and said, "In that case, I can leave, right?" "No." At this time, the goddess said indifferently, "You still need to stay here for now. Otherwise, who can take your master away?" Majestic Star's expression instantly changed. Facing the vast divine might of the goddess in front of him, an instinctive fear suddenly arose. He did not consider anything, and at the first moment, he unleashed all the potential in his body, and without another word, he fled towards the temple. The exit was right in front of him. Very good. The goddess and the gold of Virgo Temple did not seem to have reacted. He had already seen the light of the exit, but at this time a hand stretched out from behind him, and in the next moment, the world spun, and Majestic Star's underworld gladiator once again returned in front of the goddess. Beside her, the gold chief, Musha, slowly lowered her hand. Majestic Star could not help but feel despair. In just a moment, he understood the power of the 12 gold chief, the gold of Virgo Temple. It was comparable to the gods. At this time, the goddess raised her hand, and a ray of light shot out from her finger, and Majestic Star instantly fell down. Then the goddess slowly said, "Leave him here. Musha, watch the fight for the Heavenly Crane Temple's sacred garment." Musha slightly nodded and did not say anything, slowly retreating from the temple. At this time in the temple, other than the fainted Majestic Star and the goddess on the throne, there seemed to be no third person. But in the darkness, there was suddenly the sound of footsteps. A trace of light flashed in the goddess' eyes, and at this time she looked down. A woman wearing black and white made attire slowly walked out. She slowly circled around Majestic Star, and then stopped, lifted her skirt, and smiled. "Hello, Your Highness Athena." "Hello, Miss Eleanor." The goddess nodded. "So this time your master does not plan to come personally?" "Miss Maid." Eleanor was still smiling. "Your Highness Athena, I've already prepared what you want. You can just let me deliver it. Besides, Your Highness Athena, didn't you purposely leave Mount Pantheon and choose to stay in the holy region?" As she spoke, Miss Eleanor opened her palm, and a multi-sided, azure-colored irregular crystal appeared out of thin air, and slowly rose, and was delivered in front of the goddess. "According to your request, we have already cleaned the inside." Miss Eleanor smiled. "Without gods, without faith, the 3,000 seeds of humanity in the stage of ignorance." The goddess was silent, and the irregular crystal floated in front of her. The goddess suddenly frowned. "There seems to be some extra things inside." Eleanor smiled and waved her hand, and the irregular crystal instantly shot out a ray of light. Then a figure fell from midair, like a dog crawling. It was a pretty girl with short white hair. The moment the girl landed, her face was instantly entangled by several black shadows, and her ability to speak was sealed. Then her whole body, she was tied up like a dumpling and could only struggle on the ground. Just a servant in charge of cleaning. At this time, Eleanor smiled indifferently and said, "Don't mind if your highness is satisfied with this product. I will naturally take the servant away at the end." One question. The goddess did not pay too much attention to the tied-up girl on the ground, and instead asked expressionlessly, "Why is there an additional condition of holding a battle for the holy garment in sanctuary?" However, Eleanor said, Your Highness misunderstands. This is not an additional condition, but your Highness needs to do this. And then with your contribution, it is just right for this unexplored small world. The goddess on the divine throne was silent for a while before slowly stretching out her other hand. A black card slowly floated out from the center of her palm. The reward is already inside. With that, the goddess waved her hand, and the black card shot directly towards Miss Eleanor. Also, I do not wish for a third party to know about this matter. Miss Eleanor said indifferently, Your Highness, please rest assured we will do our best to protect the customer's privacy, unless there are other customers who are willing to pay a large sum of money to inquire about it, and also to inquire about it by name. The goddess did not comment, but said, Since the battle for the Holy Garment in Grus Constellation has been held according to your request, it is currently in the midst of being held. If you want to watch, feel free to do so. Then goodbye, Your Highness. Miss Eleanor nodded slightly, then reached out and picked up the white-haired girl who was writhing unhappily on the ground. She disappeared from the temple. The goddess looked at the floating, irregular crystal in her palm and suddenly sighed. Hopefully the legend can be continued. Trialist's Labyrinth. Lamias, who was looking at the map left by elder sister Suya and feeling the way ahead, suddenly stopped. Palpitations, excitement, as if his heart was about to jump out of his chest. He felt as if his brain was about to explode. This feeling, could it be that the person I am looking for has appeared? Hashtag PS as usual. Chapter 1641. He did not give her any hints, and directly sent her to this battlefield of the gods, where there would be no corpses left at any moment, and asked her to find a person. Without any hints, the only thing she knew was that if the person she was looking for appeared, she would know. How would I know? How would I know? In the beginning, facing such a difficult mission, Lamias rejected it in her heart. Although her body was still quite honest, cowardly, at least she came. In fact, although the battlefield of the gods was full of danger, Lamias was relatively safe during this period of time. She even mixed in with the battle for the Grus Constellation Saint Cloth. This person seems to be in the sacred saint region now. Lamias was currently ecstatic. As for the battle for the Grus Constellation Saint Cloth, to hell with it. As long as she could complete any task, she would return to her original state. What could be more attractive than this reward? Nothing. At this moment, Lamias even wanted to leave this trial maze immediately, and then follow the feeling in her heart, wander around the sacred saint region, and rush in front of the mission character at the first moment. I give up. I give up on this battle. Fiercely throwing the beast skin map on the ground, Lamias raised her head and shouted loudly in the passage of the maze. I give up on this battle for the Saint Cloth. Please let me leave this trial maze. Respected Silver Master, respected Gold Master, please let me leave. She did not know who was in charge of monitoring this area, but there was definitely someone hiding in the dark, silently watching this battle, so shouting was the right thing to do. Silver Master, Gold Master, anyone can anyone hear me? Lamias raised her voice again. I give up on this battle of my own free will. No one forced me. Master, you'd give up. Finally, under the continuous shouting, Lamias received a response. The response gave her a familiar feeling. She immediately turned around, only to see a man in white standing behind her with an indifferent expression. Musha, the Gold Master of the 12 Zodiacs, the man closest to God, from the guard guarding the body of the previous Grus Constellation Saint Seiya. Lamias already knew the true identity of the man in white. Yes, Lord Musha. Lamias didn't want to get too entangled with Musha, even if Musha had helped her awaken the seed of power. To an ordinary fighter, this was probably a huge favor. But to Lamias, even a huge favor couldn't compare to the opportunity to return to her original time and space. She didn't belong to this era. She didn't have any sense of belonging, only constant fear and hesitation. Why give up? Musha was silent for a moment before she frowned and said in confusion, "As long as you pass through this area, you will be able to enter the ice field. Currently, your condition is not bad, so you still have a chance. People who can awaken power seeds have stronger minds, and you are not the type to give up easily. I am." At this time, Lamias did not hide anything and said, "I will submit to the strong. I will also bully the weak. I am more afraid of death than anyone else. I am the typical type of person who bullies the weak and fears the strong. The worst kind of woman you can imagine is talking about me. I can't continue this challenge. I can't take this hardship. I know that the final winner will definitely be the seed fighter nurtured by the sanctuary. So why should I be the green leaf that sets them off? I won't get any benefits at all. Therefore, you shouldn't have any expectations for me. You can even take back the seed of power you gave me." In the face of Lamias's rapid-fire reasons, even the 12 Zodiac's lead disciple, who was close to the realm of God, opened his mouth slightly. After a while, Musha shook her head and said indifferently, "Although the difficulty of this challenge is very low, the fact that you can come this far already proves that you have a certain level of strength. Moreover, before the start of the challenge, it has already been said that this challenge will not have any casualties. The silver and gold hidden in the maze are not decorations. They will ensure the safety of every challenger. I can't take hardship," Lamias said with a tough attitude, "unless the holy garment is placed in front of me for me to directly inherit. I can't continue. I'm too thirsty and tired and hungry." Musha shook her head and said, "Only by winning the final challenge can you get the holy garment." "That's it," Lamias quickly said. "The sanctuary has no rule that a challenger is not allowed to give up voluntarily. Even a gold can't ignore a person's will. In the past, there was indeed no such rule." Musha shook her head at this moment, "But now there is. Challenger Lami, listen. You are not allowed to quit in the middle of the challenge. You can only choose to go to the end, and you must do your best. Otherwise, you can only stay in this maze and wait for the next opening." Lamias was stunned. Musha had disappeared, but something was left on the ground. Lamias frowned and opened the thing left by Musha. Suddenly, dozens of alpacas galloped through her heart. "Did I offend you?" "Drop." What Musha left was some food, which matched Lamias's reason. She was hungry and tired and couldn't take hardship, but she quickly picked up the food on the ground and ate it, feeling that it was delicious. "Looks like this gold chief means that if I don't clear this maze, I can't leave?" Lamias couldn't help but think gloomily, this plot is not right. At this moment, a huge force suddenly came, and Lamias felt as if she was sucked into the whirlpool of the sea. Her whole body was pulled up and quickly sucked into the depths of the maze. When she came back to her senses, she only felt an instant of coldness that seemed to freeze her soul. Her surroundings were actually a vast expanse of whiteness. Ice field. The final area of the holy garment fight. Lamias couldn't help but be stunned. In the depths. "Master Musha, what are you doing?" "I have my own ideas." The silver fighter instantly stopped talking. In the sanctuary, as the chief, Musha's words were equivalent to that of a goddess. The sanctuary in front of a mountain. The entrances to the so-called trial takers' maze were at the bottom of this mountain. It was actually connected to a strange alternate space. At this moment, near one of the entrances to the trial takers' maze, a furry figure slowly hung down. When the white-haired girl was placed on the ground, the black shadow on her face finally unraveled automatically. "Do you know that I'm my boss's most beloved concubine? If you treat me like this, aren't you afraid that I'll make things difficult for you in the future?" The white-haired girl sneered and said, Come. Tell me your number in the Ark of the Covenant. When I'm back, I'll tell the boss to take it out for me and use it to light a sky lantern." "If there's really a next boss," Miss Eleanor said expressionlessly, "I'm really worried about his future life." The white-haired girl, Nero sneered and said, I'm proficient in 36 storylines, 72 postures, and 108 positions. After my boss had me, he was so happy that he took off every day and was unwilling to land. How can an old virgin like you, who only knows how to behave, compare to me? It seems that you're still lacking in your training. Miss Eleanor shook her head and waved her hand again to cover Nero's mouth. However, Nero seemed to have expected this. When the black shadow wrapped around her mouth, her forehead suddenly split open and another mouth grew out. La 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 la, are you stupid? I have mouths all over my body now. If you can, beat me to death. I used this trick to make my boss happy. If you can do it, then do it. La 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 la. At the places where she was tied up, mouths grew out one after another. Nero's voice kept overlapping. It looked quite horrifying. Miss Eleanor's gaze trembled slightly. However, she, who always had a textbook demeanor, quickly calmed down and said coldly, I can't help but suspect that you're the descendant of those who call themselves the Great Old Ones. Nero continued to stick out her tongue. Miss Eleanor's expression became colder. At this moment, she waved her hand and a huge force threw Nero into one of the entrances of the trial-taker's maze. Master wants me to tell you that the opportunity for you to return is inside. If you can return, then return. It's inappropriate for him to interfere. As she spoke, Miss Eleanor waved her hand again and shot an object in Nero's direction. Looking at Nero, who had completely disappeared from the entrance, Miss Eleanor slowly heaved a sigh of relief. Currently, even she had too many doubts. Ever since this black soul, who called himself Nero, appeared from the future, Miss Eleanor's heart was filled with questions. She heard a lot of things from Nero. When Nero was thrown into the small world that she had to hand over to Goddess Athena to clean, she had been cursing and swearing crazily and said a lot. The future head maid is not me. If that's the case, then I'll train the future head maid. How can my student be defeated by such a vulgar woman? Miss Eleanor suddenly covered her mouth and laughed. She beautifully turned around and beautifully disappeared. The moment she was thrown into the trial-taker's maze, the black shadows that sealed Nero's body were immediately broken. Nero, who had regained her freedom, nimbly turned around in the air and nimbly landed on the ground. She was no longer crawling like a dog. She rubbed her wrist and casually looked at her surroundings. Although Miss Eleanor's last words were still ringing in her ears, Nero pursed her lips, obviously not believing it. However, since Eleanor sent her to this place, there must be something here. While she was thinking to herself, Nero felt as though something was shooting at her from behind. She instinctively reached out to catch it. When that thing entered her hand, Nero's expression became strange. This thing was the remote control that brought her to this space-time. To be precise, it was Old Ha's remote control. This thing. Nero held the remote control in her hand. After a moment of silence, she gritted her teeth and said, "It's really hot." However, she came here through the remote control, and it seemed that there was no possibility of returning through it. To hide this thing, the safest place was naturally to carry it with her. Without saying anything, Nero opened her mouth and swallowed this thing into her body. Activate? The moment she caught the remote control, she immediately pressed a few buttons, but there was no response. The shop owner here said that it needs to be recharged. Where do I get the energy? While she was thinking, there were suddenly people in front of her. Furthermore, there were women walking in twos and threes, or rather, they walked out from inside. Nero lowered her head and muttered to herself. The muscles on her face began to twist, and in the next moment, she changed into another appearance and mingled with the women who walked out. They did not completely leave this place, but at the exit, they found a place to rest and discuss. The battle for the holy garment, the loser, 12 zodiacs, gold, silver, holy realm. Nero hid in the corner, silently listening to the discussion of these female warriors who were eliminated because of the failure of the challenge. She blinked again and again as if she had encountered something incredible. Holy Saya, I know it. It's drawn by Uncle Che Tion. I've seen it before as a BL comic. At this moment, there was a sudden commotion at the entrance. Two men wearing gold holy garment slowly walked in. The female warriors around saw this and quickly kept quiet. Gold needed to be respected, so they restrained themselves. It's the masters of the Scorpio Temple and the Taurus Temple. Why are they here? Small town. On the bell, Miss Maid, who was holding Boss Luo's palm and obtained the ability to peek at all the changes in time and space, suddenly had a strange look in her eyes and even a strange expression flashed across her face. What happened? Boss Luo was thoughtful. Miss Maid shook her head and said in a low voice, I just suddenly remembered something. Well, it's like something suddenly appeared in my mind. Memory? Boss Luo lowered his head and pondered. What memory? Miss Maid opened her mouth, but she never hid anything from her master. At this time, she had to bite her lips and whispered, some plot, postures and things like that. Plot and postures? The words that came out of nowhere made Boss Luo stunned, but he didn't pay too much attention to it, because at this time in his unique vision, the changes in time and space had become more and more intense. Miss Maid was also attracted by the changes in time and space, but in her memory, some strange scenes still emerged from time to time. Do you know, as a qualified maid, in addition to managing the master's daily life, it's also very important to take care of the master's body. You don't need the shop owner now, but in the future, you must remember that you are the best. In the past, did I really learn these things? At a loss. Hashtag PS. 1880 seconds. Chapter 1642. The gold of the Taurus Palace was Lord Aruba, and the gold of the Scorpio Palace was Lord Romy. The names of the 12 gold had spread far and wide. When the 2 gold appeared at the same time, the female warriors who had failed the challenge of the Grus constellation St. Cloth were all silent. At this time, Aruba of the Taurus Palace said loudly, Challengers who have come out, leave quickly. Now walk past me. There will be people outside to receive you. As for why they had to walk past Lord Aruba, although the challengers found it strange, they did not ask. Lowering their heads, the female warriors walked past Aruba one by one and then walked out of the trial maze. After a while, most of the female warriors had left. Why are you still here? Aruba noticed that there was still a female warrior in the corner who had not moved, so he asked in a rough voice. The female warrior who was sitting casually in the corner was Nero, but she did not look at Aruba. Instead, she kept looking at the gold of the Scorpio Palace. Lord Romy of the Scorpio Palace, Prince Pulin, naturally noticed the gaze that fell on him. However, he thought that even the gods of Mount Pantheon would not be able to see through the disguise of a treasure of the underworld, so he was not afraid at all. She was just a female warrior who had been eliminated in the challenge, but that gaze caused him to faintly feel apprehensive. It seemed to be some kind of familiar gaze. This female warrior was thinking of some bad ideas. That's Romy. Prince Pulin's mind at this moment, like an instinct, like an intuition, came suddenly. I think I can still challenge again. Nero, who had transformed into a female warrior, stood up, put her hands on her waist, and then twisted her waist. You can! Gold Lord! What? Aruba was stunned. He frowned and said, Nonsense! You have already failed and failed in the challenge. Why do you want to challenge again? But the rules did not say that I can't continue after failing. Nero said with a smile, Since there is no rule, why can't I continue to challenge? At this time, the Gold Lord of the Taurus Palace was stunned, but he did not scold her. Instead, he walked to Romy and lowered his voice. You can do this? Romy thought for a moment and said, Since she wants to challenge again, let her challenge again. In the rules, there is indeed no such thing as not being allowed to challenge if one fails. This is unfair to the other challengers who leave. Aruba frowned. Luomi said indifferently, If she can become the final victor if you don't let her go, it means you are giving up on the successor of Heavenly Crane constellation. If she still fails, then naturally nothing will happen. Just let her give up on this idea. All right. Aruba nodded and immediately looked at Nero. Okay, you can go in, but only this time. If you fail again, leave immediately. Thank you, Master Aruba. Nero's eyes lit up and squinted. I will give you a special service duck later. That voice is so disgusting. Aruba suddenly shuddered. He quickly waved his hand and ushered them into the arena. Nero flashed into the first area of the trial maze. Now, only Moreau and Aruba were left. Aruba thought for a while and said, We have already informed the rest of the gold members about the Dark Saya. What do you plan to do next? Luomi asked directly, What about you? Regarding the Heavenly Crane constellation St. Cloth, Mu Sha is enough. I am superfluous. Aruba shook his head and said, I will go back and practice. You should go and patrol. Maybe there are other Dark Saya in hiding. Luomi said. Aruba did not care and said, You don't know how powerful Mu Sha's seventh sense is? He could see through all falsehoods. It's fine if he doesn't know. But since he knows about the Dark Saya, he should have sensed it thoroughly. Even if there are other Dark Saya in hiding, he might have secretly subdued them. Luomi did not say anything. Even in the underworld, Mu Sha of the Virgo Temple had a reputation that made people afraid. And it was a personal evaluation by the King of Hell. He was the man closest to God. All right then. Luomi nodded in the end. You go back. I will stay here. I want to see who is the successor of Heavenly Crane constellation. Aruba shrugged and said, You will know sooner or later. I will wait for you at the temple. He strode out of the maze, but at this moment, Luomi suddenly called him from behind. Aruba subconsciously turned around without any defense. Then, a pitch-black dagger directly pierced his forehead. Prince Pulin withdrew his dagger, and the Taurus Palace's gold silently fell down. There was even a look of disbelief on his face. The Taurus constellation's gold saint robe suddenly dimmed, as if it was crying out in grief. Prince Pulin cut his wrist again, dripping blood. Then, Aruba stood up strangely. Go back and practice. Prince Pulin said softly, When the temple bell rings, wait for me in front of the temple. Aruba did not say a word. He turned around and left. His movements went from stiff to natural. When he walked out of the maze, he was back to normal. Ayaya, I seem to have discovered something incredible. A mischievous laughter came. Prince Pulin turned around instantly. His eyes focused. The cloak of the gold St. Cloth was still spinning, and a ghost-like figure suddenly attacked. Prince Pulin retreated instantly, but the other party did not intend to take a step further. She just stopped in place and made an exaggerated expression. What did I see? The master of the Scorpio Temple killed the master of the Taurus Temple, and then he came back. She bit her finger in a panic. Her whole body trembled like a patient who had a seizure. Oh no, I'm going to die. I will definitely be killed. What should I do? What should I do? Save me. Help. The harsh voice echoed at the entrance. Prince Pulin was expressionless. At the same time, the black dagger in his hand stabbed forward quickly, but he suddenly stopped because of the female warrior. Nero suddenly quieted down at this time. She blinked and said, I want to join. Prince Pulin was very surprised, so much so that even his movements had unwittingly stopped. He sized up the female warrior in front of him. He could confirm that apart from him and the captured majestic star, there was no one else who had come to the sacred domain this time. This female warrior was not from the sacred domain. It was impossible for the goddess's warrior to see the Taurus gold being killed without doing anything. Could it be she was from the Sea King's side? Join. Prince Pulin took back his dagger and shook his head. You don't know what I am going to do. The female warrior giggled. But what I am most worried about is that you will not do anything. I have been too bored recently. I always wanted to find something to do, and I just happened to meet you. Even if I am going to assassinate the one in the temple, you will still follow." Prince Pulin looked at the pile of things with a smile. The silent death energy began to gather from all directions and was about to devour the other party. But he needed to solve this matter as quickly as possible. The legendary Virgo Moose's seventh sense was indeed quite terrifying. But in front of the death power, the female warrior was not affected at all. That was a power that could make everything wither. Even stones would be eroded and shattered by death. His Highness couldn't help but be shocked. Since mastering the death power, this was the first time he encountered such a thing. Even the god race on the battlefield of gods could only use powerful divine power to offset the erosion of death. But the other party seemed to have no life at all. Nero looked at the ground and the shadows surrounding her. She said casually, "You can kill me, but my life is somewhere else. You can't take it away." Ha ha ha. Can't take it away. If it weren't for the fact that she didn't want to be exposed, the death power would not be only at this level. The Prince of Underworld disagreed in his heart. But such a familiar feeling, but he couldn't remember. Prince Pulin was silent. The death power should not be released for too long. He could only wave his hand to disperse the death power and replace it with the powerful fighting spirit of the Scorpio Temple. Of course, it was only a normal level of fighting spirit. "Sir, you seem to have a lot of good things on you." Nero blinked and thought about whether to rob the other party or not. But she was more interested in the other party's true face, especially after the other party's sneak attacked Aruba of the Taurus constellation. This era seemed to be getting more and more interesting. It was better than going back to copybooks as punishment. That was not something a human could do. "I'm serious. My target is the goddess who descended from the temple." Prince Pulin said again, "The goddess." Nero thought for a while, then said innocently, "I haven't killed a goddess yet. Sir, can you take me to fly? I haven't done anything for a long time. I'll give you special service later. You can follow me." Prince Pulin suddenly said. Nero was overjoyed. If not for the fact that he was not her family member, she would have pounced on him and taken advantage of him. She would often hug Taisetsu's thigh and say that she was pitiful with snot and tears. Was she really happy? Prince Pulin was stunned. The other party's eyes were as bright as a child's, which was really hard to understand. "What's your name?" "Shaji." Nero rolled her eyes and said with a smile. Prince Pulin nodded and walked directly into the depths of the maze. "Follow me." Lamia's did not go far on the ice field. She just found a place that looked okay, dug a hole in the snow, and buried herself in it to preserve her body temperature. The temperature here was terrifyingly low. Even if she had awakened the power seed, staying here for a long time would still be dangerous. Even if she was inexplicably involved in the final battle, Icefield, Lamia still did not intend to fight for the Grus constellation's St. Cloth. At most, she would just hide here and wait for the challenge to end. She did not believe that the Virgo Temple's gold would be able to dig her out in front of everyone and let the other challengers beat her to death. This feeling? Lamia's, who was silently counting the time, had a slight change in expression. "It's getting stronger. Could it be? Not only did the other party not go far, but they are also getting closer? The person I'm looking for, could it be that he also entered the maze of the challengers?" This discovery made Lamia surprised and happy. She felt that maybe her bad luck had run out and she finally got the attention of the goddess of luck. If that was the case, she could not be buried in the snow forever. Just as she was about to dig her way out, on the snow, there was suddenly a sound of footsteps. Ever since Lamia's had obtained battle sense, even her hearing was far better than ordinary people. She slowly took in a deep breath, then stopped breathing, and her footsteps came to a stop. Not just one, there should be two. Lamia's could not see, but she could vaguely hear the voices of the other party talking. It was not the voice of Sister Suya. These two people seemed to be the reserve, Silver Saint Seiya, trained by the sanctuary itself. They were the most popular contestants in the sanctuary. They seemed to be tracking. Sister Suya? That woman is gone. One of the female warriors from the sanctuary said in a deep voice. She obviously escaped in this direction. Unfortunately, the wind and snow have buried her footprints. She is injured. She can't run far. The other female warrior from the sanctuary quickly said, "There is no support or supplies here. After she is injured, her strength will be greatly reduced. No matter which side she meets, there is no possibility of resistance." But why does she know the secret swordsmanship of the sanctuary? And it doesn't look like she just learned it. Maybe she is the descendant of those warriors who left the sanctuary and wandered outside. Similar things have happened before, so there is nothing strange. She appeared. She is behind. What? You? A figure flew out and spat out a mouthful of blood. Finally, she fell on the snow with a pale face. She was seriously injured. A few of her ribs were even broken. "Sorry, I am more suitable for the heavenly crane constellation, St. Cloth, than you. Even if it is a fair fight, you are not my opponent. But I need to conserve my strength. Ew, damn it. To think that I treated you so well." The small boat of friendship capsized. The female warrior who was ambushed was secretly angry and sad. God knows what they did on the small boat of friendship. Bless me. After I inherit the heavenly crane constellation St. Cloth, I will think of a way to help you get a bronze St. Cloth. You better not move. Later on, the silver master who is guarding here, or even the gold master, should send you out. At this moment, a figure slowly walked out from the wind and snow. Wearing a mask and close-fitting silver armor, the powerful fighting spirit made the two female warriors in the snow feel unusually heavy pressure. The female warrior who launched the ambush quickly said, "Master, she has lost the ability to challenge. I hope you can send her out safely." Just that, looking at the silver in front of her, the female warrior was puzzled. In the sacred region, not to mention the female silver, even among the Saint Seiyas, there are very few females. Why did this woman's silver armor look so unfamiliar? "Send her to me." The female silver in the wind and snow said slowly. Her voice was low, accompanied by the sound of the wind and snow. It was unusually mournful. The female warrior nodded, turned around, and walked in front of her companion, who was looking at her with resentment. She lowered her head and was about to say something. Then a huge force blasted her back, knocking her to the ground. "Master, master?" The female warrior who was hit looked at the silver in disbelief and spat out another mouthful of blood. "I have never said that I am the silver of the sacred region." She slowly took off the mask on her face and smiled. "But wait, I might be. This is Big Sister Suya?" Lamia's heart couldn't help but jump. She recognized this time. This is the voice of Big Sister Suya. Hashtag, 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 hashtag PS. Today's physical strength is weak.